right, we are back, y'all. The vibes once again are high. We couldn't get the boba this time. It was too early in the morning on that rise and grind because today we're vibe coding again. We're vibe coding another startup. Here's the plan. So what we're going to do is, let me show you this screen. So we're going to use V0 first of all, and then we're going to use the UI created by V0. We're going to put it into Windsurf, which if you've never used is kind of like Cursor like we used last time, but I used all of my free Cursor credits. So now we're using free credits on Windsurf until Cursor, I guess it never resets. I think you just have to pay for it. And I'm not doing that, at least not right now. So we're vibe coding here. And the game plan is essentially what we're going to do is build an app where, think about it this way. Let me sort of paint you a picture. You're a front-end developer. You're doing your best. You're working hard, but you have to work with those pesky back-end developers. So what do? You ask the back-end developer to build some API for you. But back-end developers, like they are, they're slow. They're taking forever. The API is not coming. The dude's on vacation in Maui. You're just waiting for this API to come. So what are you supposed to do? You need a way to test. You need a way to work. And what you do is you go to our $1 million SaaS startup website. And what it is very simple. It just creates mock APIs for you. So you put in, say, some JSON that you want as the output of what you want the API to sort of return to you. And it will just instantly spin up some server for you that you can use to test your code with. That's the plan. That's what we're trying to vibe code. And yeah, let's get it going. How are y'all doing today? Hello? Hello, how are you doing? So, I don't have a name for this project yet. Let's full screen this. Let's look official. Maybe zoom this in a little bit. So if you've never used this tool, we used it last time. This is from Vercel. Nothing, by the way, is sponsored in this video, in this stream, just what we're choosing to use. But what I found is that this tool can build amazing UIs, but the code quality is not as good. Whereas the UIs that you can build, at least with Cursor and with like ChatGPT, not great, but much better code quality. So we're going to start here and then do more of the business logic in the other tool. So let's say build a simple, I don't want to use the word simple because then it's not going to do much. A modern website website UI. We don't want to do all the implementations. Let's say a modern website UI for allowing users to instantly create mock APIs. All they need to do is enter information like the expected JSON or text response, I guess that is the content type. We need the types like get or post. What do you call that? The words are hard. If it is get, post, etc., and any other relevant fields to an API. Keep it a single, simple page to accomplish this task, but make it look nice. Use dark mode because we don't want it to burn our eyes. And some nice animations so that we feel nice and fancy. And we're off. The vibes are off. Let's see how we can do. Hello, welcome in. How are we doing today, y'all? Let me also pull this up and make sure this all looks good. Hello, welcome in. How are we doing today, y'all? How's like the quality of stuff looking for y'all? Also pull this up and make sure this all looks good. Hello, hello. Welcome in. So yeah, V0, it takes a little bit of time. It's not exactly the fastest of the vibe coding tools. Granted, it's much faster than coding yourself. And I actually have found that the UIs that this thing builds are borderline better than what I could do myself. Not gonna lie. They're pretty good. It's vibing. I don't even know what it's using. Are we using Next? I guess we're probably using Next. Are you going to continue the series until $1 million? I hope so. I mean, let's be honest. Are we actually going to make $1 million? Unlikely. More so what this series is going to be. Whoa, wait, they kind of cooked. So more so what the series is going to be is me continually building new sort of SaaS ideas or new projects, and we'll see if anything ever actually takes off, but it's more about building projects. Bro, you even make $100 from this, I will be impressed. Pretty low bar. All right, let's make $100. $100 we can do. $100 I have maybe not a lot of confidence. I have some amount of confidence. All right. Have you tried Chef? I've not tried Chef. All right. So here's what we have so far. So I think we need to have it change the name, although I guess we could just do that manually. New project is an interesting. I don't know that we need a new project button. So let's maybe remove that. So let's see. So we have HTTP method, status code, endpoint path, response type. All right. So we have advanced options, response delay, headers, content type. All right. Code snippet. Yo, this is nice. So does this actually work? If I said plain text. Okay, yeah. So none of this actually does anything. But this is nice. All right. So let's make some adjustments. So what do we need? Create your mock API instantly. I think we get rid of this new project button for now. So let's say this looks great. Here's some changes to make. Remove the new project button. Let's say I can change the text manually, so I'm not going to have it do that. Let's see. What else do we need? Let's remove response delay. I don't think we need that. Remove response delay. What other things do we maybe need? I like watching people vibe coding, but using it myself, man, I'm not a fan. It's fun. It's frustrating, but it's fun. I don't know. Have we tried Bolt? I don't know what that is. Hold on. Let me make this bigger so I can see the chat. I'm blind. Can we make money out of it? At least $1,000? We'll see. I like that we can add headers. Is it a security risk that we're going to be launching this and just allowing people to put headers? Well, we'll find out. Let's see, what else do we need? I feel like this looks pretty good. Let's say, were there load animations? Oh, there were. Beautiful. Copy URL, code snippet. Let's say remove that text. Remove response delay field and that text. What else? What other things would we need? Make something that you'll actually use? I would actually use this. Oh, we need query parameters. Good call. Add ability to include query parameters. What else do we need? So we have query parameters. I don't know that we need an endpoint path. I guess it's fine. Let's remove that. I don't think we need that. Let's say remove endpoint path. I wonder, should we have... No, I was going to say, should we have an ability to give different outputs? So like, should we have an ability to give a 200, a 400, and like have different scenarios where that happens? I guess that's maybe a more advanced thing. Let's leave it not like that for now. All right. I think this is probably good. Maybe we should, we do have a footer. Documentation, pricing, GitHub. Let's say remove links from the footer. Let's create a name. Change the product name. So here was one name I thought about. What do we think about this? So the name was, I was going to do Instant API, but the problem with Instant API is I can't get the domain. But a domain that is available is API Instant. And then I thought API ends with an I. Instant starts with an I. What is the most tech bro thing to do? Remove letters from words. So what if it was AP Instant? Thoughts? Did I cook? Did I cook or am I not cooking? Try Bolt New. It's amazing, better than V0 and makes full stack web app, not the UI only. So I think V0 might be able to do backend stuff too. I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure it would build the whole app you're trying to create with the prompt only. I think there's more complexity to this than you think. I mean, it might be able to, I don't know. How we feel about API Instant? So like change the name to AP Instant. It's nice. It's nice. L name. All right, we're getting L name. Who's got a better name idea? All right, we seem to have two approvals in one L name. Python and Node.js for backend. What's easier? Whatever you know already is easier if you do know one. Like if you're going to be using JavaScript for the front end, I think JavaScript for the back end is easier because it's just one language instead of context switching. But if you're just like learning only a backend language, I think Python's an easier language to learn. It just depends. AP Instant. All right, we're going with the AP Instant. It sounds a little strange. Oh well. Vibes. We're off. API fast. Now, that just like doesn't. I don't know if I'd be able to get that domain name anyways, but that sounds I don't know. There's not a whole lot to it. It doesn't like have something catchy about it. I wanted to do just like mockmyapi.com or something like that, but it already is taken. I tried I sat on Namecheap for a while today trying to find some options, and I was kind of struggling. I wonder, what does this code event look like? Let's go to the CSS. Okay, so we're using Tailwind. And we have a theme provider. Default theme is dark. All right. Are we using @components UI? Where are those components coming from? All right. AP Instant. I feel like that's kind of nice. I don't know how I feel about this this like play button. I feel like it needs something different. I don't know what it should be though. Create realistic mock APIs in seconds. It uses Shadcn components. That's kind of what I thought. Is that how you say that? I don't know. I always see it in places, but I don't know like what the correct way to. Insta API. Ooh, Instappy. Instappy is that's kind of good. Wait, hold on. Is that available? Namecheap. Insta API. Oh, it's already taken, or at least the .com is. Can somebody earn money with tools like V0 or no-code platforms without knowing much about tech? Probably not. I mean, like, presumably, yes, it's happened, but I don't think it's a great idea. Okay, so advanced options. We now have query parameters and headers, and we have a response code snippet. All right, I think this is a good starting point. Let's get this into a actual code editor. Actually, I'm curious about the code. right, so these are Shadcn stuff, and I assume we're using next. I think. Probably. All right. Anyways, do I want to download the code? What's the easiest way to do this? Run this command in your console. Wait, no way. Is this a thing? I can just run this in a console and it's going to create stuff? All right, let's go to Windsurf. Let me actually open up a terminal. And let's say, actually, let me make this way bigger for y'all. Let's make a directory. So I'm going to go documents/AP instant. And now let's go Windsurf documents/AP instant. All right. Trust folder and continue. Trust. Close that. Close this guy. And now we are in our folder. Go full screen. Let's zoom this in a bunch. All right, now let's open up. I mean, it looks a little funky in the Explorer, not gonna lie. All right, open up a terminal and let's just paste that command in. Does this work? I mean, maybe. So we're about to find out. Next.js or Next.js mono repo? What's the difference? Is it going to create multiple repos? Guess we're about to find out. Project name, API instant. All right, I think we're about to have, we have API instant inside of API instant, but I'll fix that in a second. Do I learn Node.js, then Express.js, or most Express.js courses also teach Node? And do you have some course recommendations? Yeah, so you need to learn Node before you can learn Express, and really you're just learning JavaScript. Granted, a lot of JavaScript courses are focused on the front end, and there are definitely courses that teach all of those things. So they teach Node, Express, and JavaScript all at once. And then there's definitely courses. Would you like TypeScript? Sure. What style would you like to use? New York or default? What does that even mean? What is New York style code? Does anybody have any idea what New York style code is? So, yeah, I think there are courses that will teach both, so you could do that, or there's courses that teach one or the other. Yeah, well, once you learn JavaScript, learning Node is easy, and once you learn Node, learning Express is easy. They're all kind of the same thing. Anybody got any idea if we want New York or default? Oh, is this it's a Shadcn UI thing? You got to go NYC. All right, NYC it is. Base color. Oh my gosh. Let's go. This is, I don't know what it was using before. We're using Slate. Where's your global CSS file? I don't know. I didn't create it. You did. Would you like CSS variables? Sure. Are you using Tailwind prefix? I don't know. I didn't write any of this code. You did. Why are you asking me so many questions? Where's our Tailwind? I don't know. Configure import alias for component. Sure. Configure import alias. Sure. Are you using React server components? I don't know. Sure. Something went wrong. New major version of NPM available. Fine. Let's update NPM. Let's copy this. Copy this. Do I need to sudo that? No, unsupported engine. What? Whatever. All right. So we have this. Seems legit. So what I'm going to do, though, is take... Well, that didn't work. All right. Come on. Let's take everything and move it up a directory and then get rid of this like duplicate directory thing we got going on. Is that going to work? Maybe? Maybe not. All right, let's just do it with Finder. Go here, documents. Do that. And then get rid of that. All right, wait, are we in? All right. We're cooking. A lot of Node.js courses on YouTube. Yeah, there's tons of free ones. What IDE is this? So this is Windsurf. I've never used it before. All right, so let's just see if we can run this. Let's do, what is it? Is it just next? Is it just next to run it? I don't even remember. Clearly not. Command not found. Do I not even have next installed? Let's open. What is I guess we could do npm start. Will that work? All right. Localhost 3000. Unable to connect. Could not find production build in the next directory. Try before we start. How do I just, is it npm? Do I want npm run dev? Is that what I want? All right. So let me this. That's not what I wanted to show. What even was that? Oh, wait, was that? Okay, that's that. So let's take this guy, stick it here. So that's what we got. Not exactly what we're looking for here. So we have home. Where is... So it seems like it has... Like this doesn't feel like it is the code that I just tried to get from... Like we have some of it. Okay. Examples. Wait, no, this is just some... This is just a like random next app. This didn't download the thing at all. Am I going crazy? All right. New plan. We're just going to download this as a zip because I don't know what the deal is with that guy. Download the zip file. Come back over here. Let me do this over here before I accidentally leak something. That didn't work. All right. So we need to go here. We are once again going to delete everything. This like that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Move to trash. And let's also... All right. I don't know if we need this. We might want to have this .next thing just like recreated. I think it will recreate itself, right? And we're mad about page.tsx. That's okay. All right. So let's do clear npm install. Do it the hard way. I think v0 command didn't run. Yeah, I don't know what it ran. Oh, what are we mad about? Could not resolve dependency. Found date f. What is this talking about? All right, so let's go to package JSON. So one thing I don't like about v0 is it adds a ton of stuff to the package JSON, and sometimes you don't even need it. React day pick date fns. Let's just see if we don't need it. It's gone. Try again. React day picker. Get rid of that too. Because I don't think there was anything in that UI that needed a day picker. It's like, what's that doing there? VAUL. What is that? I don't know, but we're going to get rid of it. Like, are we using these things? What is Zod? I don't know what that is either. Try using force. What does force do with npm install? It looks like it's working now. All right. We have npm installed things. Now, so we want next start, but I guess we can also just do npm start. And let's go back over here. Unable to connect. Could not find a production. npm run dev. There we go. Maybe not. Oh, we're still compiling. Maybe some plugin is outdated, maybe. But it just like adds a bunch of stuff you don't need anyways. Hey, look at us. Oh, look at those animations. Smooth. I think we want the footer to animate in too. How do these animations work? Is this using like animate on scroll or something? Let's see. Or maybe it's, no, I don't know. Framer motion is what it's using. Okay, so let's go to page. And I want to see, how do these animations work? Here we go. It's this thing. Let's put this in the footer. Motion div. Paste that in there. Format. Animate opacity. Initial. Seems fine. Let's see what that does. Yeah, it looks nice. All right. Are you going to stream daily or just once a week? I'm definitely not going to stream daily. I do not have time for that. As fun as that would be. Maybe like once every week or two. I'm trying to get a sponsor for these. So if we could have like a long-term sponsor where somebody would sponsor all of the streams, then maybe I'd stream every day because like just full transparency, it's kind of a waste of my time. Like just straight up, like from like a financial perspective, it's not a good use of my time, but it is fun. Use PNPM, not NPM. Meh. NPM works fine. I don't know. For programming full stack web apps, do you need a powerful laptop? I have an i5. I don't know what that means. 6300U. I have no clue what that means. Laptop is enough for Node.js and Express. Yeah, you don't need much for programming. So I'm sure it is. I don't know what a 63,000U means, but I'm sure it's fine. Okay, so what do we want to do next? So we have this. Yeah, I'll zoom this in for y'all. I think what we need is to start getting things actually working. Okay, so this updates here, which is cool. And we have the response, plain text. XML is interesting. I think I want to remove XML. So let's find where that response type is. So response type, and let's make XML not an option for now. All right, no more XML, response body. So does this do anything? It does not. I think what I want is as you change these things, well, if I change something in here, John, oh, it does update over here. Cool. All right, so let's make it so where if you switch to plain text in the response type, we should have a default response body that is plain text. So let's make that be our first vibe. All right, so in this IDE, let me full screen this. Use this thing called Cascade, and it's sort of like the chat feature we were using in Cursor. And you can choose a model. I'm thinking Claude 3.7. So this takes a full credit. If you use like GPT-4.1, it's only a quarter of a credit. but does that mean it's a quarter as good? I don't know. And there are some that like take a lot more. Like you can use O3 high reasoning and it's 10 credits, but I don't think we need that. And then there's a free model too. But I'm thinking we use Claude 3.7. i5 6th gen. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's probably fine. I know what i5 is. I just didn't know what the 6000 thing meant. Try to talk to Windsurf time. Maybe if anybody is watching this from Windsurf, I'm trying. I have literally done videos with y'all when it was still called Codium. Nobody's responding to my emails. I'll just be honest. I can't get somebody to answer me. I tried. I also emailed Cursor, and Cursor's email address, the only email, and granted, I know it's a company of like 20 people, but the only email address on their website, a bot responds to you. I don't know how to contact a human at Cursor. So if anybody knows anybody at any of these companies, I'm also potentially going to talk with people at Microsoft because they actually answer me. So maybe we'll get VS Code to do it. Is this Cursor? No, this is Windsurf. Okay. What were we going to do? Oh yeah. So make it so if you change the response type to plain text, there is a default plain text response in the API. I guess not just in the API preview, in the response body. In the response body. Keep this as separate state from the JSON response. So if it is toggled back and forth, state is not lost. All right, let's see how this does. I'll help you implement a feature to maintain separate state for plain text and JSON responses. Thanks. DeepSeek? DeepSeek scares me. Maybe you could try to get it sponsored by AlgoExpert. Hey, go to algoexpert.io. Get yourself some coding interview prep. All right. It did a bunch of stuff. So interesting. So this, okay, so it says accept all. Okay, so we can see the changes here, I guess. Okay, so this works very similar to ooh, it updates the content type header. Okay. All right, accept. Seems good enough. Back over here. So if we go to plain text, this is a sample plain text response, JSON. Nice, nice, nice. And if we do something like make this ID 10, and then we go back to the plain text, back to the JSON, we still have ID 10, plain text, add vibes, back over here, still have the 10, still have the vibes, love that. And we also have this content type header that is automatically changing for us, which is pretty cool. All right. Now, wait, is this actually working? Yo, this actually works. Let's should this use async await instead of .then? Is there let the vibe begin. Is there any free AI model API? Because I don't have money to get ChatGPT, Gemini API. I don't know if there's any APIs that are free. I'm not sure about that. What's the best user-friendly web panel for deployment? Or do you just use command line? Web panel for deployment. I'm not sure if I'm following what you mean by that. Like, where are you trying to deploy to? And what do you want this thing to do? All right, so let's, well, I guess we'll have this be an actual URL soon. So let's add a little toggle here for the code snippet to where it can use either .then or async await. So new chat. In the code snippet, add a toggle to show valid code with either a promise chain or async await. All right. Oh, we need an option for curl too. You're right. You're cooking. Oh, like cPanel where you deploy your cPanel is kind of garbage is all I know. It confuses me. It's got so much going on. I usually use either Vercel or render when I'm just trying to deploy something quick. All right. Oh, we're still vibing. Never mind. All right, one file changes except. Let's see what this looks like. Code snippet, promise chain, async await. Not quite. We're kind of close. I got this extra code up here. All right, so try constant. Is this still if I like switch to plain text, does that work? Okay, so that does work. But it still shows this fetch method above it. All right, so let's say in async await, remove the comment and the extra fetch outside of the async function. Also add an option for curl. Ooh, add an option for Axios instead of fetch. Yeah, we can do that too. I've actually never used Axios in my life, but the only time I've ever used Axios was I actually didn't even use it. The only time I've ever even encountered Axios was when I was doing, I think, a coding interview with Clement or something. I was doing something with Clement, and I just like wrote code using fetch, and he looked dumbfounded that I didn't use Axios, and I was like, I don't even know what that is. All right. Except, bang, bang. Let's refresh this. Code snippet. All right, so we got fetch with then async await. We still have this. We need to fix that. And curl is working. I don't even know if that's right, but it probably is. If we switch this to like post, nice. All right. So let's go post. So why are we still showing this? We're doing a little bit too much here. Removes all that stuff, post adds it back. What web hosting am I using right now? This is just on localhost. If we're doing that, why not get TanStack too? I don't even really know what TanStack is. I don't follow dev stuff at all. I'm horrible about it. I need to be better. For deployment stuff, I usually use Vercel or Render, and yeah, it's like essentially free. Yeah, Vercel is free. Yeah. I use Vercel if it's a Next.js app, and I use Render if it's not, essentially. Hold on, there's a super loud fan over here. I'll be right back. We're back. I know y'all probably couldn't hear it, but it was driving me insane. Okay, so we need to fix this thing where the async await still has this code. All right, so what happens when you do that? This was hideous. So anyways, if it is, what does it say down here? Async / await. Man, async / await. On click, set code style async. Code style equals promise. This is hideous. Code style is curl is there. We want code style equals async. Wait, is this not? Oh, it's just like the default, I guess, essentially. Maybe? I'm confused. What is happening here? All right, so if code style is curl, we do this stuff. And this is vibe coded beyond vibes. What? If code style is curl, we do this. Otherwise, okay, so we got, and then we have code styles promise down here. Dude, install. This is formatted. That's the problem. These are all. I really can't understand a thing. It's because this is like building up strings to put in here. So this is all string concatenation. But because of that, we're just getting a mess. All right, so let's see. So somewhere in here, we're getting like this. Well, just do that. Fetch. All right, so it shows up twice. So we have code styles promise. We have that one. And then we also have this. This is the most vibe coded code I think I've ever touched. Oh my, this is what happens when you vibe code. Okay, wait, so let's for a second make this fetch with a bunch of H's. Come back over here. Okay, so this is the right fetch. So this is the one we want to remove. But now if we go back actually to the promise chain, okay, so this is the one that should only be there if we have the promise chain selected, but it's not. So then, all right, so where's the part where this ends? So we have fetch, then we have the query parameters, and then we have the method, and then we have a body? Not even, oh yeah, it is there. All right, so we have fetch, method, body. Oh, I think what we want to do, hold on, I might be cooking. I think what we want to do is take all of this, get rid of it. And then, wait, hold on. I think I might have overcooked there. Let's take this like that. And then like that. Save. All right, so we have some extra empty lines to deal with, but promise chain, let's go back to just get for a second. All right, so we have get, promise chain, async await. We now have just async await. Vibes. Vibe cooked. Holy indent. Dude, it's more than just vibe coding. We're super vibe coding. All right, so now where is this? Or on async await, why do we have these blank lines? Async function. Well, that would be because there's 2 blank lines here. Bang. Format. It didn't get much better. Bang. Bang, bang. All right. I feel like this should not be at the bottom. I feel like this should be, or these need to, we need a way to like visually see which one's selected. Oh, option to copy the, well, I mean, yeah. All right, so. Vibes. All right. So let's first say for the code snippet type selection, make it more clear visually which one is currently selected. Also, it's come to my attention that there are roughly 60 of y'all, and only 22 have hit the like button. So if we could fix that, that'd be cool. All right, we got vibe code, accept, of course. Also, it's come to my attention that there are roughly 60 of y'all, and only 22 have hit the like button. So if we could fix that, I wonder if we could add syntax highlighting to the code snippet. We got vibe code. Well, next let's accept, of course. Also, it's come to my attention that there are roughly 60 of y'all, and only 22 have hit the like button. So if we could fix that, I wonder if we could add the code syntax highlighting to the code snippet. We got vibe code. Well, next let's accept, of course. Also, it's come to my attention that there are roughly 60 of y'all, and only 22 have hit the like button. So if we could fix that, I wonder if we could add the code syntax highlighting to the code snippet. We got vibe code. Well, next let's accept, of course. Also, all right. I wonder if it actually does anything. Like, is the almighty YouTube algorithm like, oh, like 10 people just liked it? Oh, could y'all hear the, my bad. My bad. I opened the stream on my computer and I can't hear it because my computer's muted, but I guess y'all can hear my computer audio even though it was muted. How bad was it? How bad we talking? All right, let me mute that so that never happens again. But now I'm gonna try to play a video for y'all or something and it's gonna be muted. The tab is vibed too. All right, we're fixed now, right? All right, accept. Oh, code snippet. Copy code. This is clean. I just, I think we want, let's move, I think we want to move this up to the top and get rid of this text here. All right. So let's say now move. Perfect. We need to be reassuring. Perfect. Now move the bottom bar. Oops. Whoa, what did I just do? Zoom in. Oh, not that far. The bottom bar with copy code and the selector to the top of the snippet and remove the title like JavaScript fetch. It was bad. My ears. Really, really bad. I apologize. That should not be possible. It's okay now. VS Code theme. I don't know what this is called. It's one of the default ones. It's like, probably find it. Let's go windsurf settings theme. This is what I want. Color theme. How do I see which one is selected? Oh, I guess it says Synthwave 84. Accept. Over here. Nice. Should copy code be on the right? I feel like it should be. All right, so let's say put the copy code on the right and the tabs on the left. Can we add like a iTunes payment fee? What do you mean iTunes? iTunes hasn't existed for like a decade, my guy. Should keep the window size the same for UX. What do you mean the window size? Window size of what? Accept. Nice. Oh, you mean like this thing? Yeah, I mean that's not really gonna. I mean, I guess. Let's make. Yeah, let's make it so where this is always as big as this. All right, so let's say. Can we make it so the API preview is always the same height as configure your API? Vibe coding is interacting with the code base through prompts so that the engineer's role is simply to converse with the tool and examine its outcomes, explains Sergey something. Fair enough. The last year I've been learning front end and it has been such an amazing thing because the job I used to do was bad, but I enjoy the front end so much more. Hey, I love that for you. It's a bad thing. Don't do it. All right. Wait a few months till it gets better or learn to code. I don't know about a few months. Connor! I like the exclamation mark. It excited me. I appreciate all of your videos, man. You have no idea how much you have shaped my career path. What is your biggest tip for new grads entering the job market? Hey, I appreciate that. I'm glad my content is helpful. Well, that just straight up didn't work. What did it even change? All right, hold on. I'll answer your question in a second, but how do we undo here? Revert to this step. Let's say, can we make it so the API preview, does this thing get bigger? Oh, it does. Let's just give it a min height of, what is like, does this thing have a min height? Let's see. I will answer your question in a minute, by the way. I have not forgotten. I just got distracted. Okay, does this have like a, there's nothing height related there. I don't even know how we would. What if we did like min height 100% or something? For a second, 100 VH. Okay, so even that doesn't do anything. This is not the right spot to put this. This guy, min, not width, min height 100%. Does that do anything? There we go. All right, so let's just find this. We're doing this one manually. All right, so API preview. Figure out what this is. API preview. It's this guy. This guy. Can I do like... I don't actually even know how to do this. How do I chat with like this? Is it like Command I? Ooh, enter instruction. Can we give this card a min height of 100%? All right. What was the question I was trying to answer? What is your biggest tip for new grads entering the job market? So if you mean in terms of getting a job, I would say my biggest tip is play the numbers game, apply to as many places as you can. Try not to be min H full. Love that. This is how little I know Tailwind. Well, it didn't work. So yeah, I would say, does this have the min H full? It does, and that doesn't seem to have done anything. Hold on, let's come here. Let's go to chat and let's not use a credit. So let's just go to this guy and say in Tailwind, how to give a min height 100%. So I would say if you're talking about like getting a job, play the numbers game, apply to as many places as possible, and get as much feedback as you possibly can on your resume, and also do as many like mock coding interviews as you can. And if you mean like once you actually have a job, I would say my advice would be ask a lot of questions. If you get stuck on something for more than like 20, 30 minutes, you should probably be asking somebody a question, not just like banging your head against a wall. Min H full translates to min height 100%, but it's not doing that. Min H full. Is this using Tailwind? Min H 100%. Try this. Why is this not working? Is Tailwind just straight up not working? But I mean, other stuff seems to work. Oops. All right, so let's say, all right, let's go back to here. And let's go back to Claude. And let's say this min H full isn't working. Is there a Tailwind config issue? Let's see. I guess doesn't matter now. You moved the toggles to the top when they were below. It looked more of a problem. Yeah, I mean, I think it still would look better if they're the same size. Any way to fix my windsurf hanging when using command line? It just stuck and says running. I have no idea. This is the first time I've ever used windsurf in my life. Is this the same project you vibe coded last week? No, so sad thing about that project, I'm going to make a video, I think, about it. But that project, for anyone who was here, required sending text messages through code. And I learned, I guess this is good, that there's an initiative to prevent text messages from being, or like to prevent people from using texting spam. So you have to register a phone number with carriers and all this process to be able to send text messages through an API, which makes sense. I tried like 5 times. The application kept getting denied. They want all this like business information and all these things. And I just don't have that because I'm not making, I mean, I guess I could have. I would have to go to that project and register it as an actual business, have an actual like address associated with it and all these different things. So yeah, it was a huge headache, and maybe there's some way to do it, but I tried. I couldn't find a way to do it that wasn't super sketchy. So I think I'm just scratching that project for now. Except Aha! It seems to have fixed it somehow. What did it even do? I'm kind of curious. Okay. So it did some checking. Some more checking. I noticed you've already tried to... Parent containers are structured... Grid lay... All right, whatever. It works. It fixed it. Vibes. So now we have this. Yeah, like this. If this gets longer, so if we go to like a post request, now it makes you scroll, but I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I wish, I guess I'm zoomed in. If I zoom this normal, well, it still is. That annoys me. Anyways, I guess it's fine. Let's see if we can add syntax highlighting to this. That might be a difficult one, but we'll see what happens. Can you add syntax highlighting to the code snippet if it is a JavaScript code snippet? You can use a open source syntax highlighter if you need to. What icon pack do you use? Whatever the vibe coding made me use. It's using this guy, Lucid React, Lucid. What do you think? Should I focus only on front end development or go full stack? I really enjoy working on the front end, but I'm a little worried about long-term viability. So I want to think about it in terms of long-term viability, but I will say I think everybody should learn both front end and back end development. So I would say I would focus on both anyways. But if front end's what you like more, then like focus more on that. Thank you for the advice. I believe Boltz is actually hosting a vibe coding hackathon next month with a $1 million prize pool. I have no idea how legit it is. Interesting. Kind of fun. Oh wait, it has to do something. Prism.js. Sure. Watching from Brazil. Hey, shout out to Brazil. What is the Cascade extension? So this entire editor is Windsurf, and Cascade is part of Windsurf. Isn't CodeMirror a good choice for syntax highlighting? I have no idea. Never used it. This one's taken it a while. Hopefully it's cooking something good up. One thing I don't like is that we're kind of sticking I guess we have this file now that it's making, but it's kind of sticking almost everything in this page.tsx, and we're at almost 600 lines. But whatever, it's vibes. How much of your code is written by AI, would you say? I mean, of this code, almost all of it. I've written, what, 5 lines of code? But like in my life, I don't work full-time as a software engineer anymore. So it just like depends what I'm doing. If I'm making a video about AI or a stream about AI, almost all of it. If I'm making a video about something else, then none of it. NPM run, well, we don't need to do that. All right. Wait a second. All right, so it broke that, and somehow the order of these changed. And we have a background now, which I don't like. But we have syntax highlighting. All right, so let's say, great, the syntax highlighting is perfect, but a few things broke. The code snippet type selector no longer shows the current selection, and the order was changed. Curl should be last. There is now a background color on the code. Let's remove that. See this. I guess this is fine to syntax highlight the curl too. Looks fine. All right. What's up? What are you making? So it's in the pinned comment, but essentially what we're trying to do is build this, we're calling it AP Instant, which I've been told is not a good name, but basically it allows you to instantly create a mock API that you can use to test when those pesky backend developers are being too slow to make an API for you. So it just like creates a mock API and spins it up instantly. What's up from Mongolia? Hey, shout out Mongolia. That is far away. What time is it there? It's probably like nighttime, right? Probably like 10 p.m. or something. How are you making a living these days? This. YouTube is full-time for me. So some of my income comes from AlgoExpert. But most of my income these days is sponsors on YouTube videos. Cheers from, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Hi from Morocco? Hey, shout out Morocco. We are everywhere today. Where is the place that I said I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce? What country is that in? All right, so accept on that. All right, so now we have the syntax highlighting without a background. I think what we want is for it to have, okay, so let's say give it the same background color as color and how do you spell aesthetics? Aesthetics? Does this have I don't know if I spelled it right. Color and aesthetics as the input boxes. Also, add back in a background color, add back in a way to see which tab for the language selector is selected. Then Iceland. Scotland here. Hey, shout out to Scotland. Albania. What's up in Albania? We are everywhere today. It's like 1 a.m. in Mongolia. Can you move camera to? Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. That's my bad. So what I'm going to do is move this guy. I should have done this way earlier. My bad. Appearance. There we go. Now we're over here on the left. Thank you for the reminder. Oh. I'm currently in the process of creating a YouTube Shorts channel, long form videos later on. What are some overlooked tips that you can give me? With YouTube Shorts, there's only 2 things that seem to matter. Number 1 is what percentage of the people who are swiping through the shorts feed actually stop to watch the video? And number two, of those people who stop to watch, how long do they watch for? So what I found is the most important thing, or the two most important things. One is to get people to stop is you need something in the first, like literally 5 frames that shows them what the video is about and why they should watch it. So you need basically an instant hook. So the first like second needs to hook somebody. And then to keep them watching, you want some kind of payoff at the end that they're waiting for. So for example, if I made a video that's like, let me show you about this JavaScript trick, and I show you what it is and how it works in the first 30 seconds. And then for the next 30 seconds, I just yap about it. Once people figured out what the trick is, they're going to move on. So the video basically needs no outro, no end, just like the video should end the second that the viewer has gotten all of the information that they're trying to get from it, or gotten all the entertainment they're going to get from it, or whatever that is. Yeah, so you need to keep people watching the entire thing. And oh, now we're cooking. Well, we were. Oh, wait, are we good now? Okay, I think I just need to refresh this. Oh, wait, we have this like response when did it do this? All right, so this background, what is going on here? All right, so I put the background color in, what is this? And why is it like, I wonder, does this even work? Actually, I'll test that in a minute. All right, so let's changing this. Okay. Like sometimes in new vibe code, it just decides to do things for who knows what reason. So let's remove the background color you added to the response preview text and the code snippet selector. Add a background color to the code snippet itself so it looks like the input boxes. One thing I found is these AI agents are really bad at figuring out what you want changed with the UI. Got to go back to work now. Happy vibe coding, guys. Hey, have a good day at work. You'll always find a hi from India. It's kind of true. A lot of viewers in India, though. It's the most populated country. Yeah. Well, it's not, but it's the most populated country. Actually, it might be now. Is it? Is it more populated than China? But it's the most populated country that's on YouTube. India population 1.43 billion. China population 1.41 billion. India has more people. I've gotten around 13,000 views total with 5 shorts. Is that mediocre or good? I don't know if it's good or bad. That's subjective, right? Also, sometimes the algorithm just takes time. Like I have videos I uploaded like 3 years ago when I first started the channel. They got no views when I uploaded them because the algorithm didn't know anything about me. But now some of those videos have a ton of views because it finally figured out who it should be showing them to. Okay, except, did it fix it? Kind of. Okay. So it's still not adding a background color to this. Let's just add it ourselves. So is it this we need a background of What is this background? Text area, background, var, muted, foreground. All right. So let's just do this. Let's go. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. View, appearance, put that back. Let's just do, oh my gosh, it's gonna drive me insane. Instruct, that's fine. Add a background color of that. Not really how I wanted to do that, but fine, whatever. Oh, didn't even work. See, this guy this one's got an important on it. Are you serious? Important. That's not even the right color. What is this? Oh, that's the text color. I wanted the background color. My bad. Class. What is the background color of this? How does this have a background color? Wait, I'm confused. Element background. So it does have a background color. Where is it getting it from? It's this. I guess we can just hard code this in, but I don't really like doing that. Just to see if this works. It didn't even do anything. Oh, we need to import this again. Come over here. Import it. Okay, so that works. But okay. What is this color? Let's go to. Let's just open up our CSS file, which is somewhere. Styles, globals. All right, so the first thing I want to do is find this color 31, 41, 55. 31. It's not even in here. Is that the like slate color or whatever? What is this color? I mean, it's not in here anywhere. I don't understand where this is coming from. What is this color? Like, where is it getting this background from? Oh, here, background color, gray 800. There we go. I think. 3140. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right. So to move this back over here, make the background color using the correct CSS class that. Okay, accept. Over here. All right, but it still needs to be like imported, I think. Maybe. BG gray 800. Is there a way to make this important? make this background color important. Oh, you had an exclamation mark. There we go. Now we're cooking. All right, but we don't need that, right? Oh, maybe we did. Maybe we did. Code snippet. Huh? It like sometimes works. What is this? It was there, then it wasn't there. Any good books on vibe coding? No. The whole idea is like weeks old, maybe months. India most popular memes? What are we building? It's in the pinned comment, but we're trying to make this like instant API generator thing. Add options for Python and Go too? Probably will. I just got condensation all over myself. I'm heading out, got some work to do. Hey, have a good day at work. Hydration error probably? Maybe. We do have lots of things in our problem. Unknown rules. Well, close the file and then you don't have to see them. Hold on, let's rerun this real quick. Hit the old restart on it. See if that does anything. Okay, so it still has no background. Come back here. Is it this guy that's in the way? It is. All right, so we need to get rid of. This is in page.css. Page.css. Where is that? Is it in public? No. What even are these? Use mobile? All right. Where is page.css? Am I crazy? Is this guy? Did it not say it was called page.css? Am I crazy? Where did I get that from? Huh? All right. Anyways. Transparent. What line is this on? 82. All right. Let's get rid of that. Are we? Nice. Goodbye, code. All right, so now we have that. I want to move this over to. Why does this like have like left padding or something? This guy? Border, display, overflow, padding left. PX4 is the problem. All right, so let's remove that from that guy. Okay. Page, what's the text? Fetch promise. Fetch. There we go. This guy. Get rid of PX4. Don't need you. All right, code snippet. That looks better. Is curl usually, is it like that? Is it usually a lowercase c? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Tailwind compiles all the classes at runtime. You won't see it, I think. Oh my gosh. Dropping things. Tailwind confuses me, to be honest. Okay. So. How do I? Oh, I see. All right. This looks good. Response. All right. Let's take this response preview. And this also has random padding. This guy also has a PX4 on it. We don't need response preview. This guy, I think. That's better. And we don't need this delay text. Where is... Get rid of that. And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Got rid of all that. Response code snippet. This looks good. Does this actually work? So if I copy this and now I come over here, do I have that thing copied? Oh, I do. Not with particularly good. Wait. Oh no, it worked perfect. Okay. I thought the spacing was off, but it was just the way that the IDE did that. Okay. Stop trying to add things. This is one thing that bothers me when it like overcooks. Like, what are all these divs it's trying to add? What is this for? We don't need that. Okay. So this looks good. I want to put an icon here. So let's say I used to have an icon and it deleted it for some reason. So we don't need that. Next to the status, like status 200. In the preview, add an icon based on the status code, 200 level, 300 level, etc. I feel like our UI is almost done though. We're almost ready to start cooking up a backend, which will be interesting. All right. Accept all, why not? All right, so we got a little check mark. That also has a little check mark. 400 has a little error guy. 500 has a bigger error guy. All right. I can get behind that. I kind of like the version we had before better, but this is fine. Let's, next to that button, have text that says copy code. Let's see. I should be able to just find this. Copy. And we'll copy URL. This is basically what we want. And then we want to go check or, okay, so instead of just copy, we want to have, actually that's fine. We'll have copy. Do we want that? Should we use, yeah, let's do copy code like this. And then we need this in a fragment. That format, really? Format? You're just going to leave yourself like that? Well, clearly I didn't do a very good job of that. What did I do wrong? Fine, I'll vibe code it instead. Whoa, what just happened? I can't see what I'm typing. Hello? Oh, there we go. That's annoying. Add text next to the copy icon. copy code. Did that do anything? Oops. What does SR only do? Reject. Try this again. Let's actually instead, let's give it more context. Let's give it all this and say add text next to the copy icon, copy code. And whatever. Let's try this. Messed up where the icon is. How does it work up here? Copy URL. Copy code. All right. Format. Handle. Copy. Code snippet. Code snippet copied. Copy. Copy. Code. And then get rid of that. Now does it work? There we go. It's vibes div. It's vibes. It's vibe divs for extra vibes. Facts. All right. This code, not vibes. Delete. I will say when I'm vibe coding and I actually write normal code like I do it myself, it makes me feel good. Let's format everything again. Save. Okay. Anything else we want to do with this UI, or are we happy with this? I feel like it looks pretty good. See if we go to post. One thing is like this is, well, what is this extra? It's adding 2 of these for some reason. Are you using a UI library? It's using Tailwind and Shad CN UI, whatever it's called. Like your videos and your interviews? Appreciate it. What LLM is under the hood? You can choose, but we're mostly using Claude 3.7 Sonnet. Okay, so let's figure out where this is coming from. See if just like that exists in here somewhere. Of course not. All right, well, that's not in that many places. So, wait, does this happen on Git? No. What about these? It does. Just the ones that have this like users guy going on here. See where users. I don't even know what is happening here. Our JSON response body is coming from this. Anyways, all right, so this is where users is coming from, I guess. So we're using this. All right, let's go back to this, see if we can find, is it this guy? No. Does it have a semicolon? It does not, so it's not that guy. Is it you? Aha, it was. Go away. Nice. Oh, this one also has a stray. We have this. I think it might be this that we don't need. Oh, nope. Go back. Post. Okay, so it was that, but this is the one we actually need. We want to get rid of something. All right, so this guy needs to go like that. And then we need to get rid of that line above it, wherever it's coming from. Is this? Is it not this? Wait, what happens if, just for a second, we get rid of that? I'm so confused. What is... Oh, wait, we need JSON. What if we did that for a second? Just to see. Code snippet. Okay. It's the JSON.stringify. Whatever. I'm just going to leave this for now. Not that important. Yeah. Connor. Sup, man? Hey, what's up? How you doing? What are we vibing? So we're vibe coding this API mock API generator guy. So the idea is you come in here and you're like, hey, I have a GET request. It needs to return JSON. Here's what it should look like. And it'll just automatically spin up an API you can use to test with. Okay. So let's work on the backend. Let's, not what I want to do. Hold on. So let's see. So we need a create mock API endpoint. So let's do that first. All right, let's new chat. We'll come back to this because the this thing doesn't work perfectly. It's kind of close. It's good enough. What is API? Application Programming Interface. So it's like, in this case, it is a REST API. So it's a URL that on the front end you would make a request to, and that URL would give you back some data. So for example, in this case, we're like getting a list of users and it would return that list of users. Okay. So using Next.js, what is it even called? API. They're called like routes, I think, right? I'll just say using Next.js, create a post API endpoint. Endpoint for creating a mock API. This should let's just say this should create a new endpoint itself that can be queried from. I don't know if that's very good instructions. We'll see what it does. I don't think it was very good instructions, actually. I think it almost 100% was not good instructions. But that's okay. Where do I insert my credit card? Hey, that's what we're talking about. Suggested terminal command. Make dir API instant app API create. Sure. That's fine. Let the vibes commence. Oh my gosh, we just got a lot of stuff. I don't want to do it this way. So let's say don't create a mocks directory. Just store them in memory for now. Say reject and then say that. How's windsurf compared to cursor? So far, it feels pretty much the exact same. Like, straight up, I haven't noticed a difference, but I haven't been using it that long. But like, they're using the same base editor of VS Code. They use the same models. So I don't really see how there's that much product differentiation between these two things. Been using Cursor for over 6 months now and really like it. Nice. Seems windsurf is slightly faster. Maybe. Dynamic endpoint. Okay, sure. That looks confusing, but sure. How do you feel about using app router post handlers rather than server actions? I don't know nearly enough about whatever you just asked me about to have an opinion whatsoever. I think people have an assumption that I'm like an expert in Next and I know basically nothing. I know React pretty well, but like Next and stuff like that, nah, I don't really know it that well. Sure. I don't know what it's trying to do right now. Dropping in for a second with today's app. Hey, what's up, Huck? So, we're building this. Our great name that I've been told is not very good. API instant or AP instant. And the idea is you can create a mock API instantly. So you configure whatever you need, get, post, whatever, the status code you want it to return, the response type, the response body you want. And then you can also add like query parameters. And then you can see what the response is going to look like. And you can also get a code snippet. And then copy that code, copy the URL, and it'll just automatically deploy that for you so you can test with it. So basically that post route it made is a post handler in the app router, but a server action is basically a function that can do the same thing and run on the server edge through Next.js, but it doesn't have to be scaled like an API or called like an API. Cool. Nice, looks great already. Hey, appreciate it. I'm pretty happy with this UI. We got like syntax highlighting going. I feel like we're cooking a little bit. But yeah, my knowledge of Next.js is very little. No, you don't need to do that. Go away. Stop. Okay, let's see what it actually did. All right, did it cook? So I created a dynamic mock API system for your Next.js application that allows you to create new API endpoints at runtime. Here's what I've implemented. Post endpoint for creating mocks. Accepts post requests with a JSON payload containing path, method, and response. Stores the mock configuration in memory using a global variable. Also includes a get handler to list all created mock endpoints. Best response, cool. I that wasn't meant to be like a sarcastic response. I actually meant cool, but I see what you mean. Dynamic route handler API/mock/route. Okay, handles all HTTP requests, matches incoming requests with the stored mock configurations, returns a configured response with appropriate status code, documentation. Why are we documenting things? How to use, create a mock endpoint, use the endpoint. All right. Accept changes. Oh, wait, view 2 edited files. Oh, just this README. Sure, we'll have a README. Why not? All right, yeah. So we're just gonna store these in memory, and then my idea is later on we'll add like Supabase or Firebase or some database somewhere to store these. And that's sort of my thought for how we make our $1 million is you can go to the website and you can use this for free. But then if you want this to be persistent, give us some of that money, preferably $1 million. Because my thought, we charge $1 million. And if we get one user, doesn't matter who, some kid with their billionaire dad's credit card just swiping away, we can get $1 million user or $1 million startup. All right. So now let's say, great. Now hook up the, what's the button called? Create mock API button in the UI to call the endpoint and update the API preview to have the correct URL. Do you think we should be vibing? What does it say? What does the MN mean? Am I too boomer to know what that means? Vibing and call ourselves developers. Tell me, what do you say about this? We can vibe and be developers. Like I've been writing some code. I made decisions. Like I told it when it started creating some directory thing, I told it to move it to in memory. Like I am making actual development decisions. Sigma male grind set. Yes, sir. It's a simple question. Yeah, something like what is an API is a good question for like ChatGPT. It will probably give you a better answer than I will. How do I make it to where it stops trying to run the dev server all the time? I already have a dev server running. All right. Okay. Let's see what it actually did. Route. What is this doing? find. What is this doing? I have no idea what this code does. And what is the other one it changed? Here. Created endpoint mock URL. Okay. Handle create URL. API. I don't know that I fully understand what it just did. Fetch body. Okay, that makes sense. But you know what? Accept changes for the vibes. Let's give this a good old refresh. What is this one issue? Window is not defined. Why is window not defined? Line 514. This gives an error. Window is not defined. What? Fetch created endpoint. That's not fixing it. That's just. No, we'll get there when we get there. This is future us problems. Right now we're current us. All right, so we have this create mock API. It says API created. Let's actually. Well, I guess what we could do, let's do copy URL. Yo, wait, hold on. Yo, we cooked. This is our URL. Wait, so now API/users. Okay. We're cooking. So now what I'm curious about. Want a smoothie? I got Starbs already. Sonnet's inconsistent, or 3.7. I think they're all inconsistent. Is it normal to do this all on one page? Or by page, you mean one code file, or do you mean one like page in the browser? If you mean one page in the browser, yes. If you mean one code file, no, that's bad, but that's just kind of what it did. Okay, so this works. Let's allow the user to create a name for it. And also I want to see like what happens if I change this. So let's say John does create API. Is it going to override this API now if I refresh this? Yeah, it does. It just overrides it. Okay. So let's say add an input for the user to name the API so we don't override existing APIs. I wonder though, the user does need a way. The user needs a way to change the API they already made, but we don't want to be able to change other people's APIs. Let's just make it a random key. So let's make the URL a randomly generated key instead of /API/ users. We may have worked at Facebook at the same time. I was in Menlo 2019 to 2022 on privacy products team working on activity. Hey, wait. So I worked on, I was in Seattle, but I worked in privacy during that time. So from 2020 to, or like mid 2020 to late 2021, I worked on a team called Privacy Workstream Products. So we built, like if you worked at Facebook, like the Privacy Incident Manager is probably the tool you'd be familiar with. Holy indentation? Oh yeah, it's ugly. You need user ID for that? We don't have a user ID because we don't have users yet. Like I don't mean like we physically don't have users. I mean like we don't have the implementation of creating a account. But I want you to be able to do this without an account. I want you to be able to just go to the URL and it works with no account needed. Love the template literal strings. Yes, sir. DeepSeek is great, better than GPT. Wait, we were basically on the same team? Wait, so privacy products team. I'm trying to remember what y'all did. But if you know if you remember I didn't do a whole lot on the incident manager. The main thing I built pretty much the whole UI for the notification toolkit. If you ever saw that, that's hilarious though. Did we ever meet? I never went to Menlo Park, so probably not. We might have been like on some meetings together or something though. That's hilarious. Nice. Accept. Okay, so now give this the old refresheroo. It still says API/users. Don't like that. But if we create a mock URL, okay, so now we get the random URL. We go here. It does work. Out of curiosity, if we make this a plain text, and we get a new URL when we create a new one. Okay, so copy. Okay, so it does work. The only issue now is that we have like a million. We're just gonna have a bunch of these APIs all running. So we need to like kill them at some point, I guess. Things like allowing users to handle data that they did on Facebook itself. Probably not. I was a junior at the time too, so I didn't really handle anything special. What are you building today? So we're building this. It allows you to enter some information. So for in this case, we have a GET request. We want to return status 200, plain text, and this response body. And I hit mock or generate mock URL or mock API. It gives us a URL. It gives us code we can use to request from that URL, or you can simply copy it, go into your browser, and you can see that response. Let's see if is this working. If I give like a 500, I'm curious what this is going to actually do. So let's copy this. Okay, so we get that headers. I wonder, are we getting a 500, but it's just like also giving this info? Probably, right? Yeah, okay, so it is giving a 500. We just also end up with the response, which I guess is what we want. Nice. Were you a front-end engineer at Facebook? My job title was just software engineer, but the vast majority of the work I did was front-end. I would say 80% of my output was front-end, but probably about 50% of my time was front-end, just because I'm much better at front-end than back-end. So I did spend a good amount of time writing back-end code, but that's just because I'm not very good at it. So it took me a while. All right, so let's do a thing where I got an idea. Okay, so let's say when a user creates an endpoint, save that endpoint in local storage. when that user creates a new endpoint, if they send the existing path to the server and override it instead of creating a new endpoint. So this way each user can only have one endpoint at a time. And then we will add a feature where if you pay me my $1 million, you can have as many endpoints as you want. Genius. Is using cursor. This is Windsurf. I'm like pretty hyped about this. This is actually working pretty well right now. We're making progress. We're cooking. Stream was fun. Got to work now. Hope you get your milli soon. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good day at work. All right. Oh, we're still generating. Are you using Windsurf subscription? No, I'm on a trial. The free trial is what I'm using. If we run out of run out of credits, I'll either switch to VS Code or pay Windsurf $10 or whatever it costs. I'm curious, do people like Windsurf or Cursor or VS Code's, like, what is it, Copilot? Do people like one of them better than the other? Or is the consensus that they're all the exact same thing? Because to me, they feel like the exact same thing. At least so far. All right. Cool. So that claims to have done something. So let's refresh this. We're still having whatever this issue is. Oops. Back to full screen. All right. So create mock API. That works. Come here. Do that. And that works. Now, let's change this to Jane. Apparently Jane Dose. I meant to put does, but okay. So now we should have it on the same URL. And we do. And if we switch this to, say, plain text, we're still in the same URL. And now, yeah, it returns plain text. We're cooking. What if we made this a post request? So if we do that, oh, whoa, that's like a different color. Who knew? Do they all have different colors? No way. That's kind of sweet. All right. So now, cool. So no endpoint found because it's just giving a 404 because we want a post request. Got a job soon too. Also, VS Code is clearly the best tool. Hey, we'll try it soon, Hawk. I promise. I'm afraid AI will eat our development job. Nah. If you're actually like watching what I'm doing, if I wasn't here to guide the AI and actually know what I'm doing, none of this would be working. I mean, we'd have like the UI working maybe, but no, you need people who actually understand what they're doing. Okay. So that seems to be working. Now, what's next? Actually, let's see if a post request actually works. So let's also make sure that we can make a request to this from a different URL. I'm also curious, are these headers being sent? I don't think they are. And then we need to figure out how query parameters work. But first, and I guess if we have a post request, we don't want just query parameters. We want to be able to add like the body of that post request or whatever. So let's see. Let's make sure that this post request works at all. So post, plain text, sample. Okay. Ooh, we can just copy this code snippet. Well, before I do that, well, I'll copy it anyways. Oops, wrong way. Let's come over here, app component, whatever, styles. Let's go out here, new folder, call this tester. Let's add tester to the get ignore. Testing. Add that. I guess we should probably be, do we even have a, I don't think we have a Git repo, do we? Git init git add dot git commit dash m started the vibes. All right. Now we're doing real development because we have Git. Okay, so let's go into tester. And actually, I'll just do this. I'll start a new conversation. How do can I give it? In the can it see a folder or only? I just want, it doesn't seem to see that. All right, fine. In the, just copy this path. Folder, add a basic HTML and JavaScript site to test endpoints. All it should do is be able to make a request and put the results on the screen. Why is it trying to create a folder? It already exists. The folder already exists. I'm curious why you start a new conversation each time you want to add or modify any features. So if I don't know if this is the right way to use these tools for what it's worth, but my thought is if I'm asking it to suggested terminal, why is it trying to, I mean, I guess that works. My thought is that if I'm trying to do something, I don't want it seeing the context of the last thing it did if the last thing it did was unrelated to what I'm doing now, because it's probably going to over-index on that context that does not matter. I don't know if that's correct. Why are we adding styles? Whatever. We don't need that. I guess our tester is going to look pretty. All right. Start a server. That's fine. Open preview. So you can just preview it here. It's kind of cool. I'm curious. Wait, that's actually cool. You can just see this in here. Okay. So let's, well, I don't want to do it like this. Let's, is that the right URL? It shouldn't be. It should be on 8,000. All right. So let's go here. Let's go local host. What just happened? Cool. We have a tester. So now let's take our endpoint, which should be a post endpoint method post request body JSON. I guess it doesn't matter what I send it. Send request. Network error. Are we getting a CORS error? That would be my guess. We are. Okay. That's kind of what I wanted to happen in a way to see if that was going to be an issue. So let's go to create mock and let's say new chat. When we create a mock, actually, let's say, when we create a mock, add access control, allow origin star. I see a new vibe code environment. Yeah, we're trying out windsurf today. So far, so good. I mean, it kind of feels the same as cursor, to be honest, but it's vibing. What did it just? Yeah, accept, I guess. All right, so now we're back here. Is that not running anymore? What is, can I open multiple terminals? Ah, I can. Serve the tester directory on port 8000. Nice. All right. There we go. And is that ends with D? Yep. Post send request. Still getting a CORS issue. Oops, wrong way. Oh wait, how's this even? Wait, is this even? No, it's not even being served anymore. Okay, so let's do npm run dev over here. All right, so now we got local host 3000, and that endpoint no longer exists, which is fine. So let's make a new post endpoint, create, copy that URL, and then we can come back to our endpoint tester, paste in the new URL, send request, still get a CORS error. Okay. Let's see. Using CORS header, access control, allow origin, missing status code 204. All right. So post, let's see. All right, I'll answer some questions and then we'll figure this out. I'm new here. I want to know, what are you building? So we are building this. Well, this is just a testing file. We're building this AP instant. So it allows you to instantly create mock APIs that get served on a URL. So if you need a API for testing. Somebody's like screaming outside my window. That's fun. I was at AWS Summit today and went to Anthropic booth and asked if it can do some other thing than Next or Python, for example, was Svelte 5. And they said, yeah, of course. We tried 2 times. Once they even gave exact documentation, but it only spun for 15 minutes, started hallucinating and never got to a working page. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. How was AWS Summit? Was it fun? I didn't even know that was happening. Okay, so let's let's figure out why we're getting CORS issues. So what is body? That was me screaming a wasp was attacking me. Sorry. That's funny. It was somebody, I think there were people like on a walk and they were just being very loud talking to each other, but it sounded like they were 2 inches from my window just screaming. Handle mock requests. Oh, wait. Did it add the access control allow origin here? Oh, okay. All right. Actually, wait. Let's go. Can I see the... I can't see my past conversations? Why is that grayed out? Oh, here we go. Wait, so let's say remove the CORS headers from the creation of the endpoints and add them when actually querying any endpoint that was created. What's the goal of this $1 million startup? It's to make $1 million. Duh. So we are, it's in the pinned comment, but essentially you can create a mock API instantly. So you add in your like method, status code, what the response you want, and it'll instantly spin up an API for you that you can use to test with some mock data. And I have some other cool ideas for it, but we still have got to get everything working first. All right. Accept all changes. So let's see in here, it should have added like, yeah, here we go. That's what we need. Okay, so let's make sure that that's doing its thing. That's still going. I don't even think we need to refresh the servers. So we should be able to just come over here, come to our, not that, come to our tester and send request. Network error. Do still get a CORS error. Let's try this again. CORS error. Love that. Similar to Postman? Kind of. So Postman allows you to make requests to APIs, and this is for generating APIs. So you could kind of use them together if you wanted. This this web page I have here is basically just a really bad version of Postman, though. Okay, so why is this not working? Access control allow origin is there. Let's actually restart terminal or the server just in case. Restart them both and generate a new API. Let's make sure that just a GET request is working actually. So first, we could go here and do this. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. That. Okay, so that works. Go here, method. Can we make a GET request? Send request. We cannot. So from here, we get a CORS error. Status code 204, same origin reason. All right. Let's just copy this and see if it's able to figure it out. I'm not exactly sure. It might just be a local host thing, but I don't think it should be. It should be fine. Okay, so let's say when making a request to one of the created mock endpoints from our tester, I get a CORS error still. The tester is running on local host port 8000 while the main app is running on localhost port 3000. This is the error. Why is that? More tester. Okay. You can mock APIs in Postman too. Well, this is going to be better. I didn't even know you could do that, to be honest. Hopefully this is a faster, easier way to do it. Or it's just a more vibey version. That's our sales pitch. It's more vibey. All right, so it's adding some stuff for options requests. All right. How do we have legacy code? Legacy path-based. We started this today. What is that? What did we vibe code some legacy? Backwards compatibility with what? Accept changes. All right. Back over here. Let's create a new endpoint. Let's refresh this. Create an endpoint. Copy the URL. Paste the URL. How did we get the same? All right, whatever. Oh, it's because it's in localhost. Send request. Hey, it worked. Okay. Nice. Now let's see. Can we make a post request? API created. That's going to be the same. No mock endpoint. Oh, for get, that's good actually. And for post, vibes, it works. Let's go. Come on. All right. Close that. Okay. I can't believe that works. I'm kind of astounded. All right, what do we do next? What is that? Oh, that's V0. Okay, so let's fix this so it has the whole URL. That's bothering me. I think it's because of, let's see, where is it? Show how, really? Copy URL. All right, so here's that, and then it should be above that. All right, so left of that. Create. What is created endpoint? Okay. Should we do we need like window.location? We need like something like this. Oh, it just like auto did that for me. Nice. Nice. Why aren't you using your virtual team of AI workers? I have a virtual team of AI vibers in Cursor or in Windsurf. Vibes. Yes, sir. All right. So the vibes are high. The code is working. But actually, let's fix this. This is bothering me. Why is this still a thing? Line 460. Do we? Oh, that's what we just added. Windows not defined. Well, clearly it is. Oops. Let's do this. Window does not equal null. Do that. I think it's just like on the initial. Nope. Windows not. Why is that? What if we did this? Because this is the window. That does not like that. All right, let's say we get a window is not defined error here, but it still works. Can you make the error go away? If type of window is undefined, I mean, I guess that it's fine, maybe. Nope. Let's do another spot. Let's do this. Say origin. And let's come all the way up here. So I think the issue is just like on the initial load or something. Let's. Oh, it like knew what I wanted. Type of window. Okay. Now let's copy this. Find every spot that we use this. All right. So let's do place with origin everywhere except for here, of course. Save. Really? And now we have a different error. Hydration failed because the server rendered HTML didn't match the client as a result. Really? I tried. I mean, it works, but I don't want errors. Yeah, use a. Yeah, I think what I have to do is say. Actually, let's Can I put that all back? I undo my. All right, origin. All right, let's do this, and let's say const origin set origin use state. Sure. Use effect, set origin. There we go. No shot. Hydration failed because the rendered HTML didn't match the client. What is the syntax highlighter it's mad about? Is it just the syntax highlighter? Let's go to syntax highlighter. I mean, not the CSS. Components, syntax highlighter. This is use client though, so why would it matter? Well, just for a second, go syntax highlighter. Is this the only spot we use it? It's not. Okay, just for a second. Return null. Do we still get the error? Really? Why? Hold on. Actually, let's do one of these. That's not even what I wanted. Do this, this, this. This is how little I use Next.js. Did we fix it? We did not. Okay. So now we're getting a hydration error because the rendered HTML didn't match the client. Okay, sir. Server client. Is there a way to copy this entire error? Is this a copy? Stack trace. Let stack trace have just a stack trace? Yeah, I don't really want the stack trace. Let's do this. Fix this error. Okay. Accept changes. Did it just cook like that? No. We still get the same error. Use effective type of window. Isn't that what I did? Console origin window. Oh, you're setting a console.log. Yeah, I don't even think it has to do with the syntax highlighter. So I don't know why it's, I mean, that's what it's saying, but I think it is more about this window thing, but I'll see if this does anything. All right, so it claims it did something. No. All right, so let's go back to where we were. Revert to this step. Okay. Back to the same error. Okay. Go back to page. See. Set origin. What did you say to do? We could do that. Try that. What do you want? Console log the origin? What is going on? Console log origin. Okay. Yeah, so we get an empty string the first time, which, or at some point we get an empty string. Maybe we want, feel like that's defeating the purpose. Yeah, window's not defined. So we could just do, if I do just window like this, window's not defined. Bro, we meet again. All right, I got an idea to vibe code this a little better. All right, or to fix this error. This is always the greatest solution. In Next.js, I keep getting an error that window is not defined. When trying to use window.location.origin, although it does work. Let me zoom this in for y'all. Although it does work. I tried this, but now I get hydration errors. Okay, so this is essentially saying oh wait, do we need to do that? Have to be after the use effects. What if we did that for a second? Here we go. Aha! Chat GPT to the rescue. Stream for 10 hours last time? Yeah, we were vibing last time. We're not going to be live for 10 hours today. I can assure you of that. At maximum, I'll be live for another, like, 3 hours. But I don't even think we'll be live that long. Because we're cooking. All right, so we fixed it. Problem solved. We don't need this comment. Time is it now? Here it is 11:38 a.m. You're running low on credits? How many credits I got? That's upsetting. How do I see how many credits I have? WinServe settings. Settings? I have 24 credits left. How many did I start with? I have half of them left. They're making it seem like I've used like thousands of credits or something. Glad to see you live. Glad to see you in the chat. All right. So, it really bothers me that there's no semicolons anywhere. All right. So, we're not going to use a credit for this. Smart move. So, we're going to go to Cascade Base. What we're going to say is add prettier to the code base. So, there are semicolons. Colons. And single quotation marks. Another option would be to load dynamically the component and add option. Yeah, I think there's a lot of better options than what I just did. But, oh well. We're not really even utilizing Next.js at all. Everything is, we literally have the main page set to use client. So, it is what it is. All right, accept all. Sure, you can run npm install. I haven't slept yet. I want to watch your live though. Hey, get some sleep. The live will be, you can't watch it live again, I guess, but you can watch it after the fact. npm run format. Let's do it. Okay. Wait, it worked here. Here we still don't have semicolons though. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We got semicolons. There are a lot of comments in here. Okay. Nice. Semicolons and single quotes. We can look at our code without crying again. Is this not running? Oh, it's compiling. There it goes. Nice. And it still works. I didn't see your pages full client side. Honestly, I didn't either. I think that might be something that recently got vibe coded in, but I'm not even sure. Okay. Anyways, this works. We're the best. So, all right, let's add options for parameters to the body. Okay. So let's say add the option for post requests and any other requests where it makes sense for the user to be able to add key value pairs to the body of the request. And what's going on here? We are vibe coding. We are building $1 million startup. We just need to get one user to pay us $1 million and we'll be rich. And essentially, the idea is we have this website, which by the way works. I'll have you know, we built a thing where you configure an API and it gives you a preview and some code you can copy to instantly run that API without having to spin up anything locally or anything like that, just so you can test things with some dummy data. All right. We missed you. It's been like a week. Calm it down. Oh. Oh, we're still in Cascade base. Is that why this is going so slowly? Hold on. I don't trust Cascade base. I don't think we should use this. Let's hit stop. And let's come back to here. Confirm revert. And let's go to Claude 3.7. Okay. Run this again. Postman 3.0. We are super Postman. Postman's got nothing on apinstant.com. Oh, we need to add some kind of rate limiting to everything. Postman, HTT Pi, and now Connor. Yeah, we're the best. I mean, short your Postman stock. It's going down. This request is taking longer than expected. I will say, that's not something I ever saw with Cursor. Now, is that Claude taking longer than expected, or is that Windsurf? I don't know. Or is it that I just asked it to do a lot of things and it's having to make a lot of changes? Also, I don't know. But this is not going very quickly. Although it looks like it just wrote a lot of code. All right. Accept. Let's see how we're looking. All right, so this looks fine. And if we go to a post request, we now have body parameters. Nice. Why did these, they get like cut off? It doesn't happen here. It just happens here. Let me figure that out. Hold on. Let's fix this UI real quick. Okay, whatever. Input. Some of this is like under. And maybe all we need to do, probably not the best way to do it, but we could just say margin. Oops. Do margin left 1 pixel or something. Need more than that. If we did like 5 pixels just to see. All right, yeah. So it's literally just like getting stuck under something. What if we instead did Z index 1000? All right. And then let's do position relative. Nope. So what is... See if we can figure out, is it... So even without that padding, so it's not the padding itself. It's just like the whole thing is like off. Building this normally is surely faster than dealing with all the random bugs from AI. I don't know if that's true. It could be. But I mean, I've only been live for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I've spent a lot of time just like chatting with y'all, and we have a working app. So I don't think I would have been able to build this as quick. What is causing this to do that though? So it's just the so what makes it's like the whatever style it gets when it's... Is it this guy? No. What is making that purple even? The input. Is this ring guy? Well, it's part of it. What is making it like do that? These ones work fine. It's just this one is like, how do I make the ring be on top is what I want. But what even is the ring? If we go, that's not what I wanted. Hover, visit, target. We want active or focus maybe? Focus visible is what we want. Okay. Is it a box shadow? Okay, it is. So it's this guy. All right, let's find this box shadow. All right, so I think I have enough information to ask a good question. So let's say the focus, what's it called? Focus what? Visible box shadow on the advanced options on the left. Part of it isn't visible, like the padding from the container or something is on top of it. Can you fix this? I'm only watching the stream to witness his patience finally snap. Hey now. That's probably true. Probably gonna happen. I remember when I tried vibe coding, it was actually hell to try and build an e-commerce store. I mean, the more complicated of something you try to build, the harder it's going to be. And something like e-commerce, like just use Shopify, right? Like O3 is better at UI than Claude. Maybe I need to try that. Is O3 the same price? O3, that's super expensive. Is there like a normal O3? So we have O3 medium reasoning and high reasoning, and they both cost like 7 and 10 times as much. We could try O4 mini high. Is O4 mini going to be better than Claude at UI stuff? But I don't think we should use O3 because it's just like the reasoning thing and it's super expensive. And I think that's going to be super slow too. All right. Accept. Did it fix it? No. What did it even do? Okay. Okay, so that didn't work. Classic. I don't understand. It's something to do with the accordion, because it only happens inside the accordion. Is it this border? Say border none. Nope. Or maybe we need a overflow visible. Because I think that's what's happening is it's overflowing, right? Let's say this didn't fix it. Is the issue that the box shadow is overflowing out of the accordion, maybe? What happened to the previous website? So the previous website relied, and I'm going to make a video on it, but I don't think I'll finish it. So the previous website required the ability to send text messages from code. And I found out that that is basically impossible, because to do that, you have to get all this approval from like carriers and stuff to be able to send the text messages. And I tried like 5 times and I kept getting rejected for it. So I don't know. They need like an actual business with like actual business purposes and locations and stuff and just things I didn't have. So I don't think it's going to be possible. What do you think about Augment? It's pretty good. Full transparency though, I've done like sponsored streams or sponsored videos with them, so. I'm using 4.0 seems to understand my prompts. Can you try wrapping it in a div? That might work. Interesting. So you think Claude is better at front end and 04 is better at, or Claude's better at back end and 04 is better at front end? Could be. I don't know enough. I did not get $10 from Jason. I spent 10 hours on stream and I did not get my $10. I think that stream made like $30. So we were at a pretty high hourly rate. And I think that $30 was almost entirely from one person donating, because I have most of the ads and stuff turned off for streams. How much does it cost to build this? I mean, I haven't spent $1, but I've used 25 or so credits. And I think for, was it $10 a month, you get like 500. All right, let's accept this. Did it fix it? Oh wait, I think it did. No way. Refresh this. Nice. See, if you give it a little bit more info to tell it what was wrong, like I was correct on what was wrong. I just wasn't sure how to fix it, but it fixed it. Okay. So let's go back to what we were actually trying to figure out. And that is post request body parameters. So let's say we have something like name, and well, I don't know if we need a value, right? I'll just put Connor, but we don't necessarily, I'll say create mock API. I'm curious what it's going to do with this value. Okay. What is it? This is all kinds of messed up. But okay, it's kind of got the idea right, I suppose, of how to use it. All right, so let's copy this URL. Let's go into our tester, which I don't think is actually running. Let's go here, run that. All right, so let's put this in here. Resend a request. Okay, so I guess it just always gives you status okay. Should we make it to where so we could have like name, hello. Make sure that still works. It does. All right, so I feel like we should make it to where if something from the request body isn't included, it should throw an error. And then also, what if I made this like 1? So it's just, this could be other types, right? So maybe instead of, I'm trying to think how this should work. And should we be able to actually use these somehow in this mock API? All right, so let's say required body parameters. All right, so let's say change request body parameters to required body parameters and have the generated mock API throw or let's say return an error if one of the body parameters is missing or of the wrong type. Change your, and then let's do this. And let's say, and instead of including a default value, have the user specify the type. Is it going to be freemium? Yeah, so my idea is using this as free, but if you want it to be like persistent or maybe some advanced features, that would cost money. I discovered your channel through the mock React interview, the Wordle one. Loved it. Really great work. Keep it up. Gotta go, but this was cool. Hey, I appreciate it. That's an old video. The video is like 3 years old. Gemini 2.5 Pro is weird. Sometimes it's perfect and sometimes it ruins the whole code. I feel like that's all the AI models. Like sometimes it's like, oh, we're cooked. AI is taking over, and then you do something else and it's like, oh, wait, this is awful. It does feel like Cursor was faster, but I'm using the same model. So maybe I just got lucky. Like maybe it was the time of day. I think I might have been filming that on a Friday or a weekend or something. I think it was a Friday. So maybe the models are just less used. Hard to know. Also, we've been live for 30 hours. That's a long time. And I think now would be a good time to remind y'all, as our concurrent viewers slowly drops, to, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the old like button, because it does supposedly help the algorithm, help more people find us. And the more people that watch these, the more I'll be able to actually do them. Because the more viewers we have on them, the easier it is to sell these to sponsors. And the more sponsors I can get on them, the more I can actually do them. Because doing these just for the vibes is a lot of fun, but not a great use of my time from a financial perspective. Can you build a food ordering app in React with Firebase? I would love that. It would be very helpful. What do you mean? Like a DoorDash or like an app for a restaurant? Like if I was some local restaurant, I could have like my own website with a ordering process. I mean, like it's possible. It wouldn't be that hard to build. I don't know that it is something I'll do, but all right. Let's see if this works. All right. So post required body parameters. We have types, string, number, Boolean, object, array. So I'm curious what it puts in the code snippet. So if I say I want name, and it just says string, what if we go, okay, so this needs to be changed, but we'll fix that. But let's say name is a string, create mock API, copy that. I think it might already be the same URL. Is it? Yeah, it is. All right. So like this, status okay. But if I had name with an R, missing required parameters. Nice. And what if I made this a different type? So if we went number 1, invalid parameter types. Nice. Type errors, parameter name, expected, type string. We're kind of cooking. Okay. So, oops. Oh my gosh. Too many things. Let's go back here and I don't think we need. Do we need the query parameters? Look, we don't. Let's just should we just remove query parameters altogether? Because we're not really using them. Right? Like if I added like hello value, like it puts it in here, but they're not being used. I guess we could make these required as well. And can post requests even use the query parameters? They can, right? Can post requests have query parameters? It's valid, but like kind of an anti-pattern. Okay. For a restaurant, it would help know how a professional would go through a project in React and Firebase. I mean, I might do something like that, maybe. I don't know. I'm building one really cool SaaS app, but right now I'm close to MVP. I decided to build it into a huge platform with multiple services for the customer. As a ex-estet, I developed backend. Cool. Good luck with that. I've been experimenting with vibe coding using the new GPT 4.5 model in agent mode versus VS Code. On VS Code, I really enjoyed it. You should give it a shot. I will. I plan to use VS Code next. We're kind of going through the different agents in different streams. Are you adding subscription model for this web app? Yeah, that's kind of the plan. All right, so let's make the query parameters also required. All right, so now let's say, great. Now let's do the same for query parameters. Make them required or an error is. Now let's do, how about this? Let's do, actually, what if we made them, we had the option to make them optional or required. Okay, so let's say great. Now let's add a checkbox for if the parameter is optional or not. If, let's say, required or not. If it is not required, don't throw an error. Don't give the error if it is omitted. And then we can say if a parameter is included that was not mentioned, required, or optional, that should give an error. Let him cook. We're trying to cook. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're doing our best to cook. If you can add testing section to it like Postman, it will be sick. So someone might automate the entire backend flow. What I really want to do is add some automation to where these endpoints aren't just like sending some default response body, but that it could actually like generate stuff based on the query parameters and things you give it. But for now, this is working. All right. We're still generating? We are. This was just like a random idea I came up with like literally maybe 2 days ago. But I actually think it's a kind of fun idea. I don't know how much, I'm sure things like this exist, but I feel like this is a good idea. All right, after we do this, I'm also going to add rate limiting. Good luck. I'm going to continue grinding my app. Hey, good luck to you on that grind. Oh, we're done. Accept all changes. Go back here. Give this the old refresh. All right, so we have query parameters. If we go to post, nice. So we have body parameters. And we could say something like name is a required string. Let's add another one. This one's going to be age, and this one's going to be a number. It's going to be optional. Create mock API. All right, so now if we go to the tester with name as a number, invalid parameter type. If we make name hello, send request, that works. And if we go age, we got to make this valid JSON. Age, let's go 1, send request, that works. Now if we made this the string of 1, bad request because invalid parameter type. Nice. And what if we went and we had something random like this, and then had that be a string, send request, unexpected parameters, nice. And if we made this like that, still get the error. Nice. We cooked. All right. This is pretty nice. So now let's do the same thing with your query parameters. All right, so let's actually going to change require, I'm in there. Let's just make this body parameters again because we have the required checkbox. All right, great. Now let's do the same with query parameters. They can be optional or required. Sending extras not mentioned should create an error. Do you have plans for marketing the app? Nah. Vibes. We'll see what ChatGPT tells us to do. Realistically, though, if it gets to the point where I think it's actually useful, I'll post it on LinkedIn, see what happens. But I don't know. I am not a full-time random app maker. I'm a full-time content creator. So my goal is to make content. Got to be careful with security. Yeah, absolutely. Especially with this, because I'm letting people just like create API endpoints on my on my servers. Bro is born to cook. You know it. All right, let's accept these changes. Oh wait, it has more to do. I prematurely cooked. All right. Come on, generate faster. We are going to run out of credits, I think. So we'll see what we decide to do when that happens. Maybe not though. I don't know. We're pretty close to maybe not having this app like completely finished, but having it at a good stopping point. We'll see. Because at some point, I need to like eat lunch and have something other than a Starbucks refresher, and I had a croissant too. This one's taking a while to vibe up. What chair are you using? It's a Herman Miller Aeron. Is that how you say that? I think. They're pretty great. I need to do a little posture check. They're very expensive. I got it from old Zuck during the pandemic. They allowed us, or maybe they always let you do this. I don't know, but I got it during the pandemic. You were allowed to buy a chair through the company, and you'd get it at like the corporate rate. So it was like half the price, I think. But they're very expensive. Like they're like over $1,000 for a chair. But apparently they're good for you or something. All right. Refresh this guy. Advanced options. All right, now we have query parameters. We can mark them as required. What happens if I, just to make sure, because we have nothing here, but it's marked as required. What happens? Let's go back to our tester. Do that. Just to make sure this is not valid. Good. Go to Git. All right, cool. It works. And it does not care about this response body. What happens if I do question mark param equals hello? Send request. And it doesn't seem to care that we have an extra parameter, which is, I don't think what I told it to do. But what happens if I put a parameter? So let's say name, and I'll just put a value of Connor. Copy. Oh, wait. Create. So if we do this, we don't need that. Missing query parameter. Okay. And we do question mark name equals Connor. Actually, we don't need quotes there, do we? Nice. What if we made it like a number? I guess it doesn't matter what the type is because they're not really, types aren't really a thing. Okay. All right. Are these headers doing anything? Like, are they actually being sent? I don't even know. Let's see. If a query parameter. So I don't think this is happening actually. Hold on. Back to the tester. If we had name equals Connor and age equals 1. Right, that does have unexpected query parameters. But if we just did this, missing query parameters, but if we don't require the query parameter, it doesn't care. All right, so let's say, great, but there is a small bug. If no parameters are required, but you add one in, it doesn't give the unexpected parameters error. Fix this and also check if the same error exists with body parameters. Do you know Rust? Not very well. I know like very basic Rust, but I would not say I know Rust. Like I would not put it on my resume or something. I'm waiting for the final result of vibe coding a complete project. Hopefully we'll get, I mean, I feel like right now we have a mostly complete project. Maybe it's not complete, but it's close. This project we will 100% finish. I don't know if it'll be in this stream or not, but we'll finish it. I do wonder why we're getting this request is taking longer than expected so often. Might be something with Claude being slow today. Come on, it's writing a lot of code for what should be a very simple. How did it need to write so much code for this? Well, except dang, this file is 654 lines. All right, let's come over here again. Do this, create the API, send a request. This did not work. All right, so let's undo whatever it just did. All right, let's go back to here. Let's see if we can find this bug ourselves. So we want like unexpected query parameters, allowed parameters, unexpected params. If unexpected parameters at length is greater than 0, okay. Allowed parameters, mock config, required parameters, mock config. Oh, I think we just don't want this. And now so what if we did instead, easier way to do this? If this doesn't exist, just make it an empty array. And now we want to do the same thing for required parameters. Easy. Not the cleanest thing, but it should fix it, I think. So let's regenerate this. It's got no query parameters. Send request. Really? That didn't fix it? I thought for sure I just cooked. All right. Well, undo whatever I just did. Try again. Oh, because we're also checking the length. I see. Put it back. All right, so let's... Oops. Get rid of this 0. And... where was the other one? Where's that code I just wrote? Here we go. Get rid of that. All right, I think now we cooked. Send request. Okay. Now if we do age equals 1, unexpected query parameters. Nice. But now, if we add a query parameter, age, whatever, 10, now it works. But if we added in and name equals Connor, send request unexpected. Nice. Now, if we made this optional, we come back here, still unexpected because of the name. But if we got rid of that and we just had age, it works. Okay, cool. We cooked. Not the cleanest solution, but it's fine. All right. Should have gone with cursor. We used cursor last time. I'm just testing them all out. When you send a lot of requests, it's slower because it includes the last 20 chats you had with the model. That's why it's slow. Wait, does Windsurf do that? Or does like the model do that on its own? Or that's interesting. That might be why. We have been sending a lot of requests. All right, so let's say add rate limiting with the following. Creating a mock API, limit to 1 per 10 seconds, and let's say that's fine, whatever. Accessing a mock API, limit to 1 per 10 seconds. I think that's fine. Good enough for now. So what's the startup about? Curious? This startup is about making some money. So the idea is not this, that's a tester. So it is this. Essentially, you can create a mock API using whatever you want. So whatever types you want, whatever required parameters you want, it'll generate and spin up that API on a server for you so that you can instantly use it with whatever mock data so that you don't have to like create your own fake API to test with from the front end before that backend code is written. And it also generates code snippets for you, which I need to work on, but they're there. Okay. This terminal command, utils, I feel like we don't need this, but I'll accept it anyways. Don't we have a utilities folder somewhere? Maybe not. I guess we do now. What's a mock? So it is so if you have some API that you're working with, it is just like a sort of fake version of that API that doesn't actually do anything. All it does is just return some data so that you can make sure that your front end is working. So you don't want to test your front end necessarily with the real back end, because then if something doesn't work, you don't know if it's not working because the back end doesn't work or if it's not working because the front end isn't working. But if you know the back end is super simple and not doing anything, then you know the error is actually on the front end. And also, if you just want to build the front end first, you need a place to get data from. So it can just be a sort of a placeholder until you have that back end working. So like this is something when I've worked with backend developers and been like the front end developer of a team and we're sort of working together at the same time, I've had times where I'm basically just waiting on the backend developer so I can finish writing my code. And this would allow you to not do that waiting. It's kind of the idea. All right, accept all. Okay. Apparently we have a rate limit now. So let's start with this. So let's send a request. Again, okay, send another one. Too many requests, rate limit exceeded. How many times did I say you could do it? I feel like I just sent a lot of requests. 1 per 10 seconds. That was not 1 per 10 seconds. Oh, did I put 10 per 10 seconds? That's not what I wanted. Let's say, let's go 10 per minute on this. So if you needed to kind of spam them, Let's go 1 minute. Okay. And this one is 1 per 10 seconds. So if I wanted to, and now this should work again, right? Yep. And if I wanted to create an API, it would work. But if I try to do it again, fail to create mock API, rate limit exceeded, please try again later. All right. Did we get an issue here? Rate limit exceeded, please try again. Okay, yeah. Oops. So let's, I guess it's fine. I like the idea. Hey, I'm glad. So I wonder, so when we click this, API created. Let's, I have an idea. Since we have this rate limit, let's say when you click the button to create an API, for 10 seconds, keep the, what does it say? API, the API created text up, and disable the button during that time. That way, the UI doesn't even allow you to do something that would hit the rate limit. There's so much going on in here that I have no idea what it even is. Like, what is this? What do we need the client IP for? Oh, I guess for the rate limiting. Makes sense. Running low on credits. Yeah, it's been saying that for a while. We still have a decent amount left, and we can always buy more if we need to, or just use a free model. All right, accept. Let's come back. Create mock API, API created. And then after 10 seconds, it should undisable itself. I don't think I want the style changed when it's disabled. Okay, nice. So let's say, I guess we can just find that in the CSS real quick. Go to page, API created. So it's this guy, button, disabled, class name. Let's say, don't change the look of this button when it is disabled. Actually, I'll just do this manually. I think instead of using disabled like this, what I'm going to do is go here. What is that? Stop it. If is disabled, return. Disabled. What was it? Oh, created. Whatever. Where was that code I was just writing? Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying sometimes. Created. Save. Okay, so now those animations are clean too. Create mock API. So it says API created. And it just doesn't let you do anything. And then after 10 seconds, create mock API. Nice. All right, but I want to get rid of the hover effects. Create. Okay, here we go. Class name. Okay, so let's say, let's make this. Do that and make these backticks and say created and what we want in here is these hover effects. So if it is created, we want the hover effects. If it's not, we don't want them. Wait, no, it's backwards. Okay. Created is such a bad variable name for this. Nice. And now we don't get the hover effects. I think I want to add cursor to do nothing at this point too. All right, now we get hover effects back. So can we do, hold on, let's ask ChatGPT. In Tailwind, how to set cursor to the default cursor. Cursor dash default. Now, go back here. Good. Nice. And now this doesn't really feel like a button. And then after the rate limit has expired in 10 seconds, now it looks like a button again. Nice. What if it could take an open API spec, generate mock APIs with responses for each scenario, and let you control HTTP response via request headers? Yeah, I was thinking about doing something where we can like generate mock data instead of just doing whatever you inputted and using like OpenAI for that or something, if that's kind of what you mean. What's the idea? I'm sorry if you had to repeat this 100 times. I have, but I'll repeat it again. It's also in the pinned comment. But essentially the idea is this app that allows you to create a mock API and define exactly what that API returns, if you have any required parameters or anything like that, and then get a preview of it and some code to actually use it on our servers. So you would have this instantly generated and actually running on the internet mock API that you can use instead of having to wait for backend developers to finish like the real API. Have you heard of Biome, the ESLint plus prettier killer? I've not. I'm not very up to date on anything ever. All right, let's all right, we have rate limiting. That's good. Ooh, I have an idea. I know what we need to do. Git add dot git commit dash m save the vibes. All right. Actually, let's run this too. Did it change anything? It did. Format the vibes. All right. Now let's do npm run dev. What do you mean port 3000 is in use? Oh, I'm on the wrong, I see. Well, I didn't need to do that. Whatever. npm run dev. Okay, so make sure this is still working. It's gonna have to build again, isn't it? Yep. There it goes. All right, so we have this. This works. Let's make these code snippets better because they're very jank. So first of all, with this one, all right, so that works, but the Error. Okay, so this is all correct, but we just have this extra space. Let's get rid of that. Back into the greatness of these template literals we go. Is it in this file? Yeah, it is. Oh boy, here we go. Fetch headers, body. I think it's just, there's this. Is that all we need to do? No, it is not. Somewhere we have, all right, let's do, look for this. Somewhere we have that with, do we want to no, there's no semicolon there. Somewhere we have that with a random blank line. Wait, hold on. Is it this one? Put a little letter there. Nope. Okay. This one? Nope. This one. No. This is such an efficient way to do this. Where is that coming from? Doesn't even seem like it's in there. Hold on. All right, so this is like the async await version. I feel like it should be this version. Or the response body. Do that real quick. This is only text. All right, wait, so if we go back to plain text, code snippet. Nope, that's just not there. This is body params, though. I don't think we necessarily need that. The greatest big 3 hours? The best. A lot of people are saying it. All right, where is this code coming from? JSON stringify. I mean, it's this, right? It's got to be. Oops, I did not mean to do that, but whatever. How is it not that? Like, what? All right. Is that in more places than right here? It's there. Here. So is it this one? I don't understand. Okay, it's this one. We found it. This is the code. That is the blank line. Problem solved. Only took forever. All right, so we have this. Let's go to the fetch async await version. Fetch data, try, const response, await fetch. Okay. Method get headers. Looks good. And then we're missing. All right, yeah, we've got some weird stuff going on here. There's just like this isn't doing anything, right? Oh no, that's the end of fetch. I see. This just needs to be indented. Yeah. Oops, wrong way. All right, so let's find that code. I think it's this. There we go. So that is now indented. And then we have data await response.json, console log our data, catch the error, console error, fetch data. I think that's correct. Did we cook? I think we cooked. And then curl. I'm just kind of gonna assume this is right. I guess we could try it. Hold on. Let's create this API, copy this, and nice, that works. Okay. Okay, so actually what we're going to do, get add dot get commit dash m, fix the vibes in the code snippets. Oh, we also need to check if we have a post request. So we don't want this. We want it to have the body parameters. So let's do that. For the code snippets, if we have a post request or another request with a body, it currently is using the response body for the request in the example code. It should not do this. Instead, it should use the body parameters and just generate fake values based on the type. This is a big one, so I don't know if it's going to be able to figure this out because it has so much like confusing junk to get through with all these template literals. Granted, confusing junk it wrote, but confusing junk nonetheless. Actually, I don't know if it wrote it or if V0 wrote this. I don't remember. I think V0 wrote this. I don't know if we can blame Windsurf for these ridiculous template literals, which, to be fair, work pretty well. All right. Will this work? All the strawberries are stuck up here. There it goes. My strawberry refresher is mostly just water at this point. This is taking longer than expected. At this point, I expect it to take longer than expected. How do we feel about vibe coding, y'all? After we've seen me vibe code for now almost 4 hours, plus we did vibe coding in the last stream if y'all were here. Do we think this is a, like I'm still kind of undecided on if this is actually a more efficient way to write code or if it's not. Okay, let's accept the changes. See if it worked. Okay, so let's start with a GET request to make sure we didn't break those. This looks good. That looks good. I think that looks good. Now let's go to a post request. Body. Perfect. And if we add a parameter, let's say name is a string, sample name. Ooh, I like that. And if we change this to a number, nice, a Boolean, an object, an array, nice. If we make this not required, does it include it? It does. That's fine. All right, now let's go. This one looks good. And curl, nice. I think we just vibed that one out real quick. All right, get add dot get commit dash m, make the body request examples more vibey. I think vibe coding is really only good for UI and small changes. Doing anything large scale, it will mess up the code base so much and you'll spend more time fixing than building. Yeah, I don't think you can do what I'm doing where you just hit accept every time. I think you need to essentially do a code review every single time you do this to see if it just like did something random. But okay, this is good. So now this is working. This is working. Let's make sure if I put something here, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't add it to the body. It does not. Cool. Are these headers actually being used? Let's find out. Let's make this a GET request. Let's get rid of that. And let's just make the content type. What happens if I made this application text? Actually, let's just make it something ridiculous. Let's go like that. Create mock API, copy the URL. Let's go to our tester and open up the network tab, clear that, do that, send request. All right, so we have a GET request and what do I want? I want the content type. Okay, this says application JSON. So I don't think it's being used. Let's see. We have the, let's see, headers. I don't even know if we should allow editing headers. That feels like it might be a security issue. I'm not even sure. Let's just ask. Let's go to chat. If we allow users when they create a mock API to add any header they want to that API, is that a security vulnerability since the API is running on our servers? Or is it fine? I actually don't know if this, like I can't think off the top of my head of something you could do that would be bad, but I'm also not convinced that you can't do something bad. Okay. Doesn't explicitly allow users to define custom headers for market. Yeah, I know that. Potential risks if implement header injection. If users can specify arbitrary headers, they might attempt header injection attacks, security header bypass. Users could potentially override security headers like content security policy. It's weird. What do we think? I feel like for now we should just disallow headers to not worry about it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just remove it. Let's go remove the UI in advanced controls for editing the headers. What kind of AI? So we used V0 from Vercel to generate the UI, or the initial UI at least. And we're using Claude 3.7 Sonnet with Windsurf to generate the rest of the code. And I've written some code too. And I guess we use ChatGPT a few times as well. We use whatever's vibiest at the time, you know? All right, except going to assume that probably worked. Yeah, now we just have query parameters. Nice. And refresh this. Yeah, so we have a query parameter. And this should still work, right? Yes, it does. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I feel like this is a pretty good like baseline. I kind of want to try and deploy this. Should we? Let's deploy this to Vercel, shall we? Let me create a new project on Vercel. Let's push this to Git. So I'm going to go to GitHub. I'm going to do this off screen so I don't accidentally do something stupid, which is of high likelihood. GitHub repository name, API, the instant. Let's keep this repo private for now. Create repository. All right, now we need to come over here, add this, and we can do git branch. Actually, I don't even think we need to do that. We can just do git push -u origin main. What did I do wrong? Oh, I don't need main. This is master. All right. Now let's see on GitHub. All right. So now we have it on GitHub. So let's import a Git repository on Vercel. And I know y'all can't see this. I'm going to do it as quickly as I can. Just can't be leaking random Git repositories. Select repositories, API, instant, save, import, sure, deploy. All right, we should be able. We'll hope. I don't think there's anything that's going to be too bad here. So there's that. Can we make this dark mode? There we go. I'm not a huge fan of that on dark mode, to be honest, but that's okay. Let this deploy. I'm going to buy the domain too before one of y'all steals it. I'm going to go to Namecheap and buy this domain while this is deploying. API instant. I'm going to buy API instant and apinstant.com, buy both of them. Add to cart, API instant.com as well. Add to cart. $20 we're spending. $22.92. I'm pretty sure we have now lost money on this stream. Domain privacy, sure. Domain registration, 1 year. Yep. Confirm order. Just deployed. Okay. Let's hold on, gotta put this over here. Go here. Make sure we're not leaking anything. I don't think we are. No like private keys here or something. Nope. Visit. Nice. We have it. Zoom this in for y'all. Okay, so actually let's see if this works. Okay, so we do have the correct URL here, which is cool. I don't want this like /users, so I'll fix that. Let's actually fix that right now before I forget. Let's go /users. Where is this coming from? There we go. Get rid of that. So now let's generate whatever API, some GET request. Now we have a random URL. No mock endpoint found. Really? Why not? What did I do wrong? Have a nice vibe coding, bro. I appreciate it. What tool you're using? This is Windsurf. Okay. I mean, it's like kind of working in that it try again. That time it generated a different URL, which is interesting because it shouldn't be. It should use the same URL. Like that time it worked. Okay, so it just didn't work the first time for some reason. $1 million mock. Hey, we only need one user to pay us $1 million, and we have $1 million. So why did it not work the first time is what I would like to know. Let's see if what did it? We have some really bad state in here that's just what is creating. It's not even being used. And then we have created and set created. We'll deal with that later. But first, let's see what is causing it to not work the first time. It's probably something to do with the localhost thing we have going on. Handle create API. If created return, I don't think that was the case. And then we're using set is create. I don't understand why we have set is creating and created, but we'll deal with that. Initial state problem. Yeah, it definitely is. So we have this request. Request the mock ID. Okay, so it doesn't like return or something. Okay, include query parameters. Call it create mock. I mean, that seems good. Oh, maybe existing mock ID. Maybe initializing this to null is better, but I don't think that's actually going to fix it. Can try though. Oh, that's save saved mock ID is existing. I guess this doesn't matter. Existing mock ID. Because empty string, yeah, it's not going to. What's the bug? The first time it doesn't work. And then it works after that for some reason. But I don't think that's reputable or replicatable on localhost, was it? I guess we can try. Let's rerun it so that it doesn't exist. It might have just been like a transient thing and it's not going to actually be an issue. So let's go to the localhost version, refresh this, let it build. And okay, I already don't like, oh, it's because we have something in localhost. I'm going to get rid of that. Console or where is it? Memory, no, storage, or not in localhost, in local storage. Let's, what do we need to get rid of? Get rid of that and that. Okay, so those are gone. Refresh this again. Okay, so that's how we want it. Create mock API. Interesting. Failed to create mock API required paths, required fields, path, method, and response. If we do this again, does it work? No. What does it want me to send and it's not getting? Required fields, path, method, and response. Do I have to like, if I change this once, does it now work? No. Let's log out this. Actually, that's fine. We can do that. How did I manage to break this? Path is empty. Why do we even have path? What is path for? Endpoint. What is endpoint? Actually, let's go path again. Where is this? Endpoint. We don't even ever, do we ever call set endpoint? I don't understand why we even have this. Does project have a public repo? No, it's not public. Okay, so what is there a way to just find, okay, yeah. But we never call set endpoint. So what even is this? All right, let's see where this is used. Mock URL, handle, copy URL. It should be created endpoint. All right, so that's doing nothing. This is also doing nothing. Handle, copy, code snippet. Yeah, it's doing nothing. Fetch, origin, created endpoint. Oops. Also was doing nothing. Looks like this was once again doing nothing. Love that. Path, endpoint. I don't know. We'll come back to that. Endpoint. Also doing nothing. I love vibe coding. That looks like it's doing nothing. And this looks like it's doing nothing. Okay. There's that. Now this, why do we have a path? What is this for? So let's go to here. And right, where do we use the path? Like, what are we even using this for? We have it in this config, but I don't see it ever actually being used. Do we need this? I don't think we do. Well, maybe it needs, I mean, this was never going to be anything but an empty string because we never set it. All right, for right now, let's just make this an empty string and see what happens. still says missing fields. Create mock request. Should this be instead of path, whatever the should be created endpoint? Or essentially this? But I just don't think it's actually doing anything. We can do this for now. Sure. Invalid path format used only alpha. Okay. Endpoint is /users or something. Yeah, I think when I removed the /users thing, somehow let's try /users just for a second. Okay, that worked. So now here. Okay, and that's working. But now we shouldn't need this because I literally don't think it's doing a single thing. And clearly it's not. So let's go to here. What if we just get rid of this? So comment out. Well, I'll just not even gonna comment it out. That's how confident I am that we don't need this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Validate the path. And we're doing a lot of like validating with this path, but we're not doing anything with it. Half vibe, half real coding. Yeah, I don't know why I decided to just manually debug this. Sometimes the vibes, it over vibes and you just got to do it. All right, let's see if, do we fix it? All right, give this the old refresh, let it build. Path is URL. I know what it is. It just isn't being used. Oh, we need to go to our local storage again and get rid of that. Refresh. Okay, nothing in our local storage. Create mock API. We did not get an error, which is good. Come over here. Paste. And it works. Okay. So let's push this. Git add dot git commit. Actually, wait, did I leave that commented out or did I delete it? Wait, let's get rid of all the path stuff here. Path, goodbye. And then we're still not using is creating. So clearly this does nothing. Right? Yeah, I mean, we're not even using it. Delete. All right. Then was there a... This is actually being used, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Git commit. Let's do another git add because I just changed it again. Git add, git commit, fix the vibes, push that. Okay. So that is pushed. And if we come to Vercel, it should auto deploy, right? I think. Yeah, it's building right here. So while that builds, let me go back to buying this domain name. Got distracted. Hopefully I don't need, do I not have a credit card saved on here? Oh, I do. Use default card. Sure. Billing. That is not my address, but why not? There we go. Continue. And pay now. Now we're a real startup because we have 2 domains. That's big money right there. And we're going to have to deal with the pain of DNS in a second, but let's make sure this works first. What's the difference between Postman and this? So Postman's primary thing is for sending requests, whereas the primary thing for this is generating a mock request. Postman, I think, does have some features kind of similar to this, but this is way more vibes. All right, so let's do the same thing. Let's go to local storage and delete these. Okay, this actually deployed, right? How do I see which? I guess it did. Oh yeah, I can tell because it doesn't have /users here. All right, so let's do create mock API. Okay, it seemed to work in the first try. Let's see, does this work? It does. We fixed it. We fixed the vibes, y'all. All right, so I think what we do next is we add a domain for this. I might have to do this off screen. Hold on, let me see. Make sure I'm not about to. No, looks fine. Add domain. Okay, bring this back. All right, so add a domain. So we're going to do API instant.com. Add domain. Production, sure. Save. Set the following DNS records. I will do that. Let's go manage. I'm going to do this over here. Advanced DNS. Copy this guy. Add a new record. We want an A record at the root for that. And then let's add a CNAME record for www for this guy. Okay. That's done. So I guess it's going to take a little bit though, because DNS takes like at least a few minutes to propagate. So while that's doing that thing, I guess we can say I've added my records. Verification status. I mean, this is probably going to take at least a few minutes, but I was going to add the other domain too, so we can have I want to have the API instant redirect to AP instant. ID tells DNS IP. Does it matter? It's public, isn't it? Like you can just like dig in it. You can get anyone's IP. Oh, it looks like it configured it. Unless I'm a crazy person, I'm pretty sure that if you just do like dig whatever, you get that IP address. So I don't think you need to hide that. Maybe you do. I don't know. All right, let's try this. We cooked. We got a real website functioning. Y'all can use it if you want. See if it works first. Let's not overhype ourselves. Create mock API, copy URL. Bang, bang. We cooked, y'all. We cooked. We got a website. It's up and running. You can use it for free right now. Hopefully, if anyone wants to try, you can. See if it works for you. There we go. This is pretty, I'm pretty happy with this, to be honest. All right, let's figure out how do I make the other domain redirect to this. If we go back to Vercel, add domain. I guess it doesn't even need to redirect. We could just do, have them both work. Oh wait, this works. Can I? Yeah, this is fine. Whatever. They'll just both work instead of redirecting one to the other. Although, could I just add a CNAME record to? I don't know. I don't know DNS stuff well enough. I'm just gonna do it this way. So let's go to my other domain. This guy, manage, advanced DNS, add a record, get this guy going. This is going to be at that, save changes, and a CNAME of this guy. CNAME www, that guy, save. Why is this taking so long? Can you drop in the chat? Yeah, 1 second. Well, I guess I can, I just go API. What's it even called? apinstant.com. There we go. Anyone wants to give it a try? All right, this is now here. I've added my records. This is probably gonna take a minute to propagate. I tried it out, completely working fine. Let's go, y'all. It looks like this one should be working too. All right, close. I wonder, can I... Wait, what's this mad about? Generating SSL certificate. Is it mad about the www for this one? I might redirect. So we're gonna edit. Oh yeah, let's redirect this to, here we go. Are we redirecting all of them to the www? Yeah. So let's say edit, redirect, www API instant, permanent redirect. There we go. Wait, what? You've redirected another API instant.com. I see. So we have to go to this one, edit first, and redirect to www, this one, and make it permanent. Save. And then we want to go to this one and redirect to www.apinstant.com, permanent, save. All right, so now they all redirect to this, supposedly. So if we go here, this still works. And if we add an extra I in it, it works. Are you on the free plan? Yeah, I'm on the free plan of Vercel. I don't think Vercel even has my credit card number. So they cannot charge me. All right. We have a thing working. That's kind of wild. I'm curious, does this look even half decent on mobile? I don't know why that's something I just thought about, but... Oh, yeah. Look at us. We vibe coded a mobile site too. I didn't even know we vibe coded that, but we did. We are the ultimate vibe coders. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. All right. Is there anything else we want to add right now? Or should we... I think what I might do Okay, so what I want to do, so right now this is obviously a free thing, and we can't make millions of dollars with a free thing. But what I'm thinking is I need lunch. So I think we might call it here, and then when we do this again, our task in the next one will be to build out the premium features for the application. I think that's where I'm going to leave it because, I mean, this is a fully working and functioning thing. So I'm pretty happy with that. And I think we'll go live. I don't know, maybe, should we do it this weekend? What day is it? Is it Wednesday? I'm thinking maybe we go live this weekend to finish this. Because I'm curious if I go live on a weekend, will we get more viewers or less? So yeah, I'm thinking Saturday, early afternoon US time, I'll probably go live and finish this. How's that sound? We good with that, y'all? This has been a long stream, 4.5 hours. I need to eat food. I haven't eaten anything but a croissant and a Starbucks refresher. So let's do that. We'll be back in a few days. I appreciate you all for hanging out, for vibe coding this with us. We got an actual product. It's deployed. You can use it if you want. I'm curious if anybody tries and finds anything fun to do with it. And yeah, if you haven't already, give the stream a like. That way, hopefully it'll recommend the stream to more people. If you're not subscribed, I don't know how you got here, but subscribe. That'd be cool. And yeah, I appreciate you all chatting, helping me vibe code. And I'll see you in a few days. I'll see you Saturday. Can I acquire your business? Why, Bill Gates? Yes, you can. Please tell me you created that account right now so that you would have Bill Gates for that. This is inspiring. I might try to actually use it at work. That'd be pretty cool. All right. I appreciate you all. Have a good rest of your day.